you questions 6 months from now, you're like, oh, yeah, I believe that's in our CIP, and just easily find it.
Port study from years ago.
This? You recognize it? Yeah, because I saw that in the CIP. I'm like, do you have any information on that?
Clerk, are we ready?
I've not looked at it, just the end.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Board of County Commissioners. Today is April 22nd, 2025. I want to thank you for being here. It's a very special day for me because we have a special guest in the audience that we're going to acknowledge later today in a proclamation. But first, we're going to lead our invocation with Pastor Fred Smith from Real Life Christian Church in Crystal River. And after that, if you would join us for the invocation, the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Carrie Cool. Please rise.
Our Father God, the creator of all things, we come before you this morning and we give you thanks. We give you thanks for another day of life. Lord, we thank you for the blessings that you have poured out upon us to live in a great nation, a nation under God, and one we live where we have freedom. We thank you, Lord, for the blessings to live in such a beautiful county, one where creation enhances the very joy of living. Father, we come together to give thanks also for the men and women who have chosen to serve this county. We pray a blessing upon them for their willingness to take on such a difficult and arduous task. Father, we pray that you use them to their fullest potential, and as they are charged to lead and direct the future of Citrus County, we pray, Father, that you grant them wisdom to guide and direct the growth, direct our unique county. Help them, Father, to lead with graciousness and humility as ones who have been entrusted with the faith and the trust of the people of Citrus County. Father, I pray that they will dedicate themselves to lead with honor, lead with integrity in their representation of the voice of the people. Father, I also pray for the citizens of Citrus County, that we will demonstrate respect and admiration for leaders in our county. Father, I pray that you guide us to be supportive, be encouraging in a joint venture of the future. And Lord, as we move forward, we pray that as a county and as a nation, we will seek you, we will seek your will and seek your blessing. It's in the name of Jesus I pray. Amen. Amen.
Please join me in respecting our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners this 22nd day of April 2025. In attendance are Chair Rebecca Bays, First Vice Chair Diana Finnegan, Second Vice Chair Janet Barrick, Commissioner Holly Davis, County Administrator Steve Howard, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond Line.
Thank you. Before we go on to the approval of the agenda, I wanted to make an announcement that we do have a new member, that Cheryl is going to be moving over to the Lecanto Government Building, but we want to welcome Reese Bilby. He is going to be the new assistant to the commissioners. So congratulations, buckle up.
No pressure.
And just one other point of order before that, we are going to get our proclamations out of the way before we go on to our time certains, because the time certains are going to be quite lengthy. So can we go to the approval of the agenda with any deletions or additions?
Yes, I have one item. If we could pull item T2, which is a 5:05 p.m. PUD 2217, Brenda McKenzie for BFB Storage LLC.
Board members?
Madam Chair,
I have an item M1. When I put it on the agenda, I was not thinking that Commissioner Kennard would not be here, and I don't know why it didn't hit me until yesterday when I overheard someone saying about the 4 board members at the meeting, and I'm like, oh yeah, Commissioner Kennard's not going to be there, and I don't think that it's right for us to have a discussion that pertains to all of us without all commissioners here. So I would like to pull that and bring it back at the next meeting when all members can be present.
Okay.
That's M1 and M2.
You're going to pull both?
Yeah,
Okay,
so he could be present also.
perfect.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Berry.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the agenda with the the deletions of T2, M1, M2.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Berry.
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any further comment? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. And I want to congratulate Commissioner Kennard. He's not here today because he is celebrating his 32nd wedding anniversary, so good for him. All right, proclamations.
Madam Chair, motion to approve B1, B2, B3, B4, and B5.
Second.
All right, I have a motion for the proclamations by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. And if you could meet me down front, please.
If Aaron could come forward right at this moment too, Aaron, Doran. All right, Erin's going to be leaving us, so we wish her the very best. So I want to present this to Erin, Management and Budget Director, for your loyal and dedicated service to Citrus County, Florida, Board of County Commissioners and its citizens, May 19, 2014 to May 2nd, 2025. There'll be big shoes to fill with her leaving us, but I wish her the very best, and she's done amazing work for us in her tenure as a CFO.
Those representing Trash to Treasure Art Exhibition, if you could please come forward. Whereas each year, more than 230 million tons of solid waste go into the nation's landfills and waste-to-energy facilities. And whereas in order to focus the attention of our students, employees, and the local community on the importance of recycling, University of Florida, IFAS Extension Citrus County, in conjunction with Citrus County Solid Waste Management, is sponsoring the 5th Annual Citrus County Trash to Treasure Recycling Art Contest for Citrus County middle school students, high school students, and adults. And whereas artwork must have an environmental theme and be comprised of at least 70% used or recycled materials, the artwork will encourage recycling and will be on display from April 14th to the 25th at Citrus County Courthouse in Inverness until being moved to the Lecanto Government Complex for the IFAS Extension Citrus County Earth Day celebration on Saturday, April 26th. And whereas it is important, or it is the hope of the exhibition sponsors, that recycling awareness shall be significantly increased by students and employees as well as the community through the display of the thought-provoking artwork. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County does hereby recognize and encourages participation in the Citrus County Trash to Treasure Art Exhibition, welcomes the special showing of the entries, and commends the sponsors for promoting this extraordinary project in our local community. Executed this 22nd day of April, 2025. Those representing National Volunteer Week, if you could please come forward. Whereas it is by the talents, generosity, and energy of volunteers that continue to be Citrus County's most valuable resource, and our community would be deprived of numerous programs, services, and activities without the support and involvement of volunteers. And whereas in 2024, AmeriCorps senior RSVP volunteers collectively served 50,799 hours at a value of $1,701,261. And whereas every year, millions of Americans selflessly dedicate their time in service to our nation, serving as a testament to the compassionate and generous nature of the American spirit. And whereas Citrus County is firmly dedicated to fostering a culture of volunteerism and promoting national service among its esteemed citizens. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners does hereby proclaim April 20th through the 26th, 2025 as National Volunteer Week in Citrus County, and urges all citizens to help recognize and renew the volunteer spirit of Citrus County by committing to the address of the needs of our community through service. Executed the 22nd day of April 2025.
I'd like to thank you for recognizing the volunteers during National Volunteer Week. AmeriCorps seniors volunteers help in this community make it what it is, vibrant and growing. We have volunteers at Extension Services, Animal Services, libraries, the schools, museums, and many community resources such as Casa, Cub, Daystar, Pregnancy and Family Life Center. Volunteers also play a vital role in disaster services. So we want to thank all of the volunteers in the community. Thank you for having us today.
Those representing the 2025 Citrus County Sheriff's Office volunteers, if you could please come forward. Whereas Citrus County recognizes there are hundreds of volunteers in our community who utilize their time and talent on a daily basis to make a real difference in the lives of children, adults, and the elderly citizens of Citrus County. The backbone of the volunteer program of the Citrus County Sheriff's Office are the dedicated members both on the front line and behind the scenes of the daily operation of the Citrus County Sheriff's Office. And whereas Citrus County Sheriff Office volunteers provide an invaluable service to our communities through their selfless contribution of their time, talent, and expertise. The volunteers have a positive influence on Citrus County through their actions, words, and deeds. Hundreds of volunteers work in our community to make it safer and enrich the lives of citizens and visitors by connecting with them daily as they provide a variety of services. And whereas our volunteer force is a great Citrus County treasure, and we recognize and appreciate those who have stepped up and answered the call to service in Citrus County. Our volunteer force is an integral part of the success of maintaining the positive lifestyle enjoyed by Citrus County residents and visitors. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, does hereby proclaim the week of April 20th through the 26th, 2025 as National Volunteer Week, and joins the saluting the unparalleled services of the volunteers who have given countless hours for the betterment of our community. Executed this 22nd day of April, 2025.
Hold on. You can stay. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is David DiCarlo. I'm with the Citrus County Sheriff's Office, and I have the pleasure of leading our volunteer service. So on behalf of the Sheriff's Office, it's a great pleasure that we recognize our 2025 Sheriff's Office volunteers. Today we gather to celebrate the dedicated, generous, and passionate volunteers who are the heart and soul of everything that we do. Our volunteers' time, energy, and commitment have made a lasting impact, and this proclamation is just a small token of our immense gratitude. We have 350 volunteers who gave back to our community through 24 different areas within the Sheriff's Office. Today, we're happy to present this symbolic check to the citizens of Citrus County on behalf in 2024 of 42,735 volunteer hours, resulting in a savings of more than $1.4 million.
Those representing the 2025 National Animal Control Officer Appreciation Week, if you could please come forward. Whereas National Animal Control Officers Appreciation Week is a time to recognize and honor the dedicated men and women who serve as animal control officers working tirelessly to protect both animals and the public. And whereas animal control officers work tirelessly to protect animals and people, enforce laws, rescue animals in need, and promote responsible pet ownership. And whereas animal control officers respond to emergencies, assist law enforcement, and safeguard public health through disease prevention and humane enforcement. Whereas animal control officers' dedication ensures the safety and well-being of our community's animals and residents, often working in challenging and unpredictable conditions. And whereas animal control officers demonstrate compassion, professionalism, and commitment in the face of adversity, often going above and beyond to help animals in distress, prevent cruelty, and responsible pet ownership. And whereas Animal Control Appreciation Week is nationally recognized April 13th through the 19th, 2025, honoring the vital work of these professionals. Now therefore be it resolved that the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners declares April 13th to April 19th, 2025 be recognized as National Animal Control Appreciation Week in Citrus County, Florida, in honor of the men and the women whose diligence and professionalism keep our county, citizens, and its animals safe. Executed this 22nd day of April, 2025.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. On behalf of the Sheriff's Office and the men and women of our animal control, we do appreciate the recognition. As you can see, we're only one member short of a full stack of our complement of animal control, so they do a tremendous amount of work for our community, protecting those furry friends that can't speak for themselves. They do a great job with that and working with animal services at the county. So we appreciate that relationship, and we appreciate the work that they do every day, not just the week that we recognize them for national appreciation. So thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Those representing Gary W. Cool and Earth Day, if you could please come forward. Whereas Gary W. Cool, a Florida native of Gulfport, St. Petersburg area, is where he began the journey with nature as an Eagle Scout, spending summers at Camp Sewell, exploring and teaching his love of Florida's natural treasures. Whereas Gary W. Cool, a graduate from the University of Florida as an environmental engineer, committed his professional career to water resource management and public works to preserve the natural waters of Florida. Whereas Gary W. Cool has supported this community and the surrounding areas, sharing his photography to provide monetary assistance to nonprofit organizations and nature photography programs to educate the public on the importance of Florida's natural environment. Whereas Gary W. Cool has been an advocate for the awareness of environmental issues and preservation through different venues for over 65 years. Whereas on April 22nd, 2025 marks the 55th anniversary of Earth Day, which has championed many themes over the years, with all having the common thread of making people aware of environmental issues, which became a platform to raise awareness and inspire action. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County does hereby proclaim in joint celebration Gary W. Cool Day and Earth Day in Citrus County, Florida, executed this 22nd day of April, 2025.
I'll go way in the back. You guys stay up front. I can be seen.
I have, I'll be very brief, I promise, Pete. No, I know, yeah. I apologize for the hat I wear. I thought it'd be better to wear this hat than for you to have to deal with my bald head reflection, okay? So anyway, listen, this means the world to me. I truly appreciate it. This community has been so good to me, and we've lived in Forest City 35 years about, and we love this area. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it.
Next on our agenda are our time certains. The first one is the annual financial report.
Good afternoon. I'm Susan Sullivan, the Chief Financial Officer for Clerk Perry. She apologizes she could not be here today to present the annual comprehensive report, also known as the ACFR. We're happy to report there are no findings with the audit, which Jeff will go through with you. She asked me to read this for her. A special thank you to those within the county and other constitutional offices that are involved in this process. A huge thank you and kudos to the Financial Services Division for their tireless efforts between August and March to make these financial statements happen, and for all the pre-audit work done in between to ensure we're complying with governmental auditing standards, administrative regulations, and the Florida state statutes. Clerk Perry also asked that I share with you that this year we held a contest in our office where staff could submit pictures they had taken to be featured on the cover of our ACFR and PAFR. From that, 96 pictures were submitted, and after the entire office voted, we are pleased to announce this year's winner. The ACFR cover is a photo taken by our courtroom clerk, Carrie Weeks. The PAFR cover is a photo taken by our customer service clerk, Mason Goncisco. Throughout the PAFR and other photographs taken by deputy clerks throughout our office are featured by Amy Altergott, Amy Holmes, Doreen Budd, Heidi Haynes, Joey Johnston, Kelly Ferguson, Leanne Pickett, Shanna Edler, and Tiffany White. We want to thank everyone who contributed and congratulations to them. I also want to say a special thank you to the Department of Management and Budget for their help. Aaron is always a rock star, and Barb Luckham has been my go-to for 27 years, so we thank them. I would like to introduce you to Jeff Wolf. He is a partner with Forvis Mazars, they're our auditing firm, and he will take it away. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. Just before I get started, I just want to again always thank the board for allowing us to serve you. As your external auditors, we work for the board, so just always want to make that clear, and again, thank you for that opportunity. But with that, I'll get right into it. First, governmental accounting auditing standards require us to communicate certain items to the board. So this slide covers that, and that's first really is our responsibilities as your external auditors, which is to perform an audit in accordance with applicable standards and to render opinion on whether your financial statements are materially correct. Management is responsible for the financial statements. This large document, it is management's. They are responsible for establishing internal controls to provide reasonable assurance that the financial statements are materially correct. At the end of the audit, we also request that management make certain representations to us, that they gave us all the information we requested, so we have that if requested. I think it's always important to note that we did not have any audit adjustments during the audit. So what means, you know, the trial balance we started with was what we finished. So as you request financial information, you can have that trust that you're getting quality information. No difficulties encountered during the audit. Once again, the clerk staff and the board staff were very helpful, responsive to our requests. So with that, you know, again, just thank them for their effort, because it really is a group effort to get this audit completed. So I'll get right on to the reports. First is our independent audit report on the financial statements, and that is our report whether the statements are materially correct. We had an unmodified opinion. I know that doesn't sound very spectacular, but that is the highest level of assurance you can receive that your financial statements are materially correct. Our next report is on a report on internal control over financial reporting and compliance. Now, we do test internal controls but it's really to help plan our audit, meaning if we found issues, we would tailor our procedures to address those issues. But we do not render opinion on the county's internal controls. But if we did find any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in controls, we would communicate those to you. As you can see, we had no control findings on or compliance finding related to financial reporting. So again, another clean report. Again, I will apologize. This will get a little repetitive with the findings, but I mean that's good. It's no news is good news when it comes to audit reports. Our next report is examination report as it relates to investment compliance and compliance with the E911 funds. So basically, Florida statute requires just to make sure you're following investment policies and the statutes related to the use of the E911 funds. And again, we had no findings, no compliance issues noted with that report. The Auditor General requires a management letter, and this management letter covers really several different items. First, it requires to do a financial condition assessment, which groups the county with other peer counties based on size, population, taxable value, and do kind of a trend analysis on how the county compared with others. So if we had any issues noting that procedure, we would communicate that. But again, there's no financial condition issues within the county. If there was any financial emergency issues, not being able to meet that payroll, we would communicate that as well. But again, no issues there. Also, if we had any other recommendations for the county that didn't quite meet the level of the finding in the previous report, we would report it here. But again, we had no findings, no issues. This was a clean report. Last report is our single audit report. The county, once again, met both the state and federal single audit thresholds. So we audited 3 federal programs and 3 state programs for compliance and internal control. Those reports were also clean, no findings or no issues noted. So some real high level citywide or countywide analysis, sorry. So basically this is if the government was a business, meaning full accrual, long-term assets, long-term liabilities, probably a little different what you're used to. During the budget, you really focus on the fund level. But I think the highlight to note in the current year is your governmental activities, which are your funds that are supported by taxes and other intergovernmental revenues. Went from a negative unrestricted net position of 13.3 to a positive of 13.7. So your net position is positive in all 3 cases, which is a very strong sign. And then on the business type activities, pretty consistent. Your unrestricted net position was 51 million to 48.9, and from a percentage standpoint, 89% of your total expenses compared to 94. And this really just shows your ability to meet your ongoing obligations. So now to the fund level, this is your main operating fund. This report really just shows current assets and current liabilities. I think the number to really focus in on is that unassigned fund balance as a percentage of total expenditures. This is really your reserves, your ability to meet any potential emergencies that could potentially come up. It dropped from 39.5 to 35.4, but again, those are very strong, healthy reserves and really show that the county is in a strong financial position. Just quick also on the general fund budget. This is your 2024 amended budget, final budget compared to actual. Revenues came in about 22.5 million above amended budget. And there were several factors in there. Investment income was one. Typically, you are conservative when you budget investment income, but that came in higher just to the increase in rates. Charges for services and some other property taxes came in a little bit higher compared to budget. And then your expenditures were 7.8 million under budget, which is kind of hit across several departments just due to cost-cutting measures. But overall, that provided about a $30 million variance compared to your final budget. Lastly, just high level on your proprietary funds, your major ones, these are your business type funds that would align to the business type activities. So these numbers would really roll into what we saw on the countywide analysis. Really, I think the takeaway is pretty consistent. Operating income in the sanitary landfill was 2.8 compared to 1.9 in the prior year. Unrestricted net position dropped slightly from 33.4 to 27.5. But if you look at your total operating expenses, that's still a very healthy reserve in that fund. Your public utility operating income increased from 2.4 to 3.6, and your unrestricted net position was 48.3 in the prior year and 48.6 in the current year. So that fund was very consistent with 2023. Lastly, the EMS fund saw a pretty significant increase in its unrestricted net position. Prior year was about 850,000. This year it's up to 2.4. So again, all three funds, had comparable results to prior year with some improvement in some. But at this point, if there's any questions on the audit, our procedures, or our reports, I'd be more than happy to answer those questions. But I think the takeaway is that it was a very clean audit and the county remains in strong financial position.
Commissioner Finnegan.
I was following along and just want to clarify what you said. Did you say the 7.8 million that we collected, but we didn't spend? So we had $7.8 million left over from what we budgeted.
On the expenditure side, but some of that could be encumbered because they're open purchase orders that would roll to the next year. So that's what you spent, from a budget to actual standpoint. But some of that already could be rolled into the 25-year budget.
Understood. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next on our agenda is the presentation Feeding Tampa Bay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for your time and continued support and advocacy of food insecurity in our community. I am Barbara Sprague. I'm the CEO of the Community Food Bank, which is your local food relief hub. I did want to tell you that last year we were able to distribute over 4.6 million meals to our community in need with the help of our 48 pantries, shelters, and collaborative partners. We were very excited to be able to step up and provide logistics, storage, and distribution support during the back-to-back hurricanes, and we'll continue to feed our community with healthy meals and make sure that there is the hope for a better tomorrow for each and every one that faces food insecurity. With the assistance of our wonderful partners like Feeding Tampa Bay, our local supermarkets, our supporters, our donors, we have been able to provide over 38 million meals in our 12 years of service to the community. Today we have the pleasure of Lorena Hardwick standing in for Thomas Mance, the CEO of Feeding Tampa Bay. And she's going to share a little bit more on their advocacy, their strategy and efforts to help us fight food insecurity in Citrus County. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I have packets if I may approach.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Barbara. Really appreciate you. I almost said good morning, good afternoon. My name is Lorena Hardwick. I am the Chief External Affairs Officer for Feeding Tampa Bay. It's great to see you, Chair, and members of the County Commission. We really do appreciate you allowing us a few moments here to speak to you about what is happening in our community and some of the things that, the efforts that we have coming forward. This is just a brief overview of what we see, and we've done this county by county just to kind of understand the different issues that are impacting our community. I think the biggest number is the first number. Many of the families that we as Feeding Tampa Bay and all of our partner food banks and other organizations are seeing fall under this ALICE population, which is asset limited, income constrained. Many families just in this region are making about $54,000 when a survival income really is that of about $90,000+. So we are seeing the families that fall within that gap and those are where most of our services are going from Feeding Tampa Bay. We're also seeing that even though things have gotten better post-COVID, our economy has flourished. We did see, obviously, a bout of inflation. We're still seeing the childhood poverty numbers elevated, a little bit higher than what we'd like to see for our state and for our region. And then just some statistics here: per capita income for Citrus County, what we're seeing for poverty levels, 15.7%. And health insurance is another factor that we really look into, because a lot of times, as you all know, hunger is just a symptom. There's a lot of other issues that go into when someone is experiencing hunger, and we have been looking at that correlation of health and hunger, which we're putting out some strategies as an organization to move that forward, but that's also an important factor to look at. And of course, our veteran population, our main hub is in Hillsborough County. We have MacDill Air Force Base, so we have a large veteran population that we work with, but wanted to just focus on that as well. And I will say, and we'll get into some of the county-wide numbers, and, Barbara made, a good presentation of how many meals are coming into the community. But with this number, we're also looking at, and I just saw a report, I think it was yesterday, Fox 13 did a snippet of still the increase in living expenses, the increase in commodities. I think because we're such a rich agricultural state, our increases when it comes to produce and fruits is not as high, but, and I don't remember right now the number, but I felt like there was like a few percentage points for things that are coming into the state. So when we are looking at the meals that, we are providing into the state, into Citrus County, we're looking at 2.3 million meals. I will say we also have our social service arm, so we are able to get our neighbors into SNAP benefits if they qualify. And still, SNAP is a most effective way of getting meals into the community. For every meal that Feeding Tampa Bay can provide, SNAP provides 9 meals. We have a robust nutrition education program that we have we have a nutrition educator in every single county. And it is, again, through different partnerships. We go to faith-based organizations or some of our partners, and our nutrition educator puts together these classes. And it's not just the nutrition education, but it's also the recipe cards and also the groceries that go along with being able to create those healthy meals for families. And in addition to that, as you see, we do have 9 community partners, with Barbara's Community Food Bank being one of the richest ones that we have here in this county. She's an amazing supporter and an amazing partner for us. And I will say, in this last hurricane season, we saw so much destruction and so much loss within various of our counties. And it was really wonderful to know that she was here, that we were able to call and say, hey, our truck is coming up. We had, at that time, Senator Rubio's office that was looking for different sites to set up to be able to also get individuals set up with FEMA or through FEMA. So again, our partners are just, bring so much richness into the work that we're doing and really help us reach those that we need to serve. And when you look at the economic input overall, this is specific to our workforce training program. We do have 3 different tracks within workforce training, and that's warehouse logistics training. That is also CDL, driver's license, so you can get your truck driving license. And then we have a culinary program. We moved into a brand new facility about a year ago, which has an 11,000 square foot kitchen. So we are very excited to once again launch our culinary program and train individuals to come back. Our main mission at this point with Feeding Tampa Bay is, we call it people-focused solutions. We want to understand why people are coming to the food pantries and be able to support them and give them the resources and foundations that they need. And then as we look forward into our future, in your packets, you'll start seeing, we created our strategic plan based on 4 different pillars. And there's 4 different areas where we really are looking to impact our community. So as we look at our expansions, a Healthy Pantry Network is working with more of our school districts and bringing school pantries into the community through the schools. We found that that is the most effective way for school children, families, and the community at large. If the pantry is large enough, a lot of times schools open it up for the community to really make those impacts within the school system. Capacity building, we are always looking for opportunities to really enhance our agencies, especially I can say past this hurricane, so many were without power, so many lost their coolers and freezers. So we're always looking for those capacity building grants so that we can grant the monies and or buy the equipment. So we're able to replace a lot of the refrigerators, a lot of our coolers all across the region for those agencies that were highly impacted. And another piece of disaster recovery, we were very fortunate to partner with Grow Financial. So we were able to push out, and we're hopefully going to have a second round, but we were able to do what we called regrow loans for individuals that were impacted by the hurricane that just still have not been able to get back on their feet. We are seeing that. I think all of you have seen that, just region-wide, where individuals are sometimes living in unhealthy situations just because, again, the communities that we're serving just don't have the ability to save money. So when a catastrophe happens, they find themselves in a hard place. So we're able to provide those grants. So those are other ways that, we do capacity building. And again, here, just wanted, an opportunity to say hello, and my apologies that Thomas is not here to be with you. He recently tore his tendon straight off of his elbow, so he's been in a bit of a brace, and today was one of those times where his doctor's like, you need to come in, and so therefore here I am on his behalf, but wanted to build these relationships, and again, through our partners and also with you, and just to let you know that we're here to help and to answer any questions that you have.
Board? Thank you for the presentation. Just want to thank Barbara Sprague and everybody at our local community food bank for what they do. It's a great service, and we appreciate all their efforts that they do throughout our community.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I do have one question. Sure. What is the where did you get the poverty stats for Citrus County?
Through the Census Bureau, so I think those were for 2024.
Okay, because Florida Chamber has routinely published ours it was at 26% childhood poverty. Now it's down to, I want to say, 24. So that's a pretty big difference.
Yeah, the childhood poverty levels, I believe I did get from Florida Chamber, and I think it had just come down in this last, don't quote me, but I think it came down in this last 6 months or last year. But the overall poverty, not just children, just countywide, those I did get from Census Bureau from, 2024.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
if I can please request clarification on item H1. I believe there was a motion and vote that should have been made on that. A and B.
My apologies. Guess I didn't look far back enough in my agenda.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
motion to, is it accept or approve?
Acknowledge receipt.
And then,
Acknowledge receipt.
and then authorize to submit signatures.
There's
Authorized
A
to
and
sub-
B.
Yeah, H1, A, and B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input?
Keep it straight, Amy.
Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you. Next on our agenda is a presentation by Eric Head. Oh, substitute.
Joanne Granger, Transit Services Director. This is to conduct a public hearing as required by the Federal Transit Administration in order to use federal fiscal year 2020 funds for the purchase of an expansion 18-passenger bus.
Do you have a presentation or not?
No.
No, that's
No.
it?
No, that's
Okay.
it. No, that's it. Very,
All right, so
very simple.
we do need a motion.
Public hearing first, I believe.
Oh, I'm sorry.
First, you're going to conduct the public hearing and then.
Is,
She might want to tell the public then how
Yeah.
they're paying for it, since it's mostly.
so there's a public hearing. This is the Federal Transportation Administration to obtain public input on program of projects for Section 5307 lapsing funds for the capital purchase of a bus or fleet expansion. And it looks like toll revenue credits to FDOT in the amount of $50,000 as a capital match to the FTA 5307 grant.
Yes, we're asking, the application is for $200,000. We're using soft match, which is the toll revenue credits instead of county match.
Okay, we'll open it up to the public then. Is there anyone wishing to address the public on this? Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Renee Bedford, Flow City, Florida. Are you voting to approve to buy buses?
Yes,
I must have
ma'am.
missed
This
that
is the
because there
public
was no
transportation.
presentation. I'm kind of lost for a moment.
Yes, we already have county transportation buses. And so this is to purchase a new, I think she said 18-passenger bus.
Okay. And that's from the budget from 2020?
No, that's right now. It's this,
It said with the leftover budget from 2020,
no, ma'am.
the lapsing budget.
No.
I don't have anything else to say right now.
Is there anyone else wishing to address the public? Seeing none, we'll close open to the public.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
motion to approve H3, B, and C.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Any further public comment after the motion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Next on our agenda today is a presentation by Aaron Doran on the Capital Improvement Program. And this will be for the years 2026 through 2030.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Erin Doran, Management and Budget Director. This is our capital improvement program, as the Chair said, and it's going from 2026 to 2030. At this time, we're just asking the board to review this and provide staff direction on the 5-year program. So this actually gets approved in September when you approve the final budget. So right now, we're just asking, are there any projects in here that you don't want to support anymore? Are there projects you want added? Do you want to reprioritize the projects? We will take that information and put that into the budget that will be presented in July. This presentation only has the projects that are requesting funding in the 2026 budget. So as you all know, we do have projects in our CIP further out. A lot of times that's for us to be able to go and try to secure grant funding for those projects. I want to say thank you to all the departments. It is a group effort to put this together. So for 2026, the CIP overview, it's just letting you know in total, it's $90,116,121. Not all of that, obviously, is coming from taxes. A lot of that is grants. It's also our enterprise funds. So utilities, solid waste have their projects in there as well. This goes over what a capital improvement project typically is. It's over $50,000 and it has a useful life of 10 years or more. You may see other items in there like debt, or if they're looking for equipment that needs to be saved for over a longer period of time. That's just so that the county doesn't incur that expense all at once. So the first slide talks about general fund. The projects that are listed in blue, those are our debt obligations. Those are obligations that we're required to fund. Those projects that you see that are listed in black, those are projects that you have seen before. A lot of these are recurring. I'm going to go over them quickly. We have the energy savings debt service, the new courthouse generator, the road maintenance heavy equipment replacement, new courthouse chiller replacement, the new morgue, radio equipment replacement, clerk's hardware and software replacement, sheriff admin window replacement, the Koch building and second floor judicial renovation. Just so you are aware, that project will be fully funded in fiscal year 26. So you have money that was put into it this year, you'll have money going into it next year of $3.5 million, and then that project will be fully funded. There's grant match, which the board started doing last year to match potential grants, and the sheriff evidence garage, that will also be fully funded in fiscal year 26. The sheriff looked at the plan, and additional funding was required to put up that building that they need. Every project listed on this slide is in green. These are all new projects that were added for fiscal year 26. This includes the historic courthouse elevator modernization that will be fully funded in fiscal year 26. The new courthouse judges elevator modernization, as well as the new courthouse inmate elevator modernization, both will be funded in fiscal year 26. My understanding is that is per a new state statute that this has to be done. There is a Port Citrus project, West Citrus Government Center remodel that will be completely funded in fiscal year 26, and the Lecanto Government Building generator replacement would also be completely funded in fiscal year 26. I know there was a question yesterday about another item that is on today's agenda where we are going to try and get grant funding for this generator. We may or may not get the funding. However, the generator over at LGB is 20 plus years old, and it is a backup location for the government for emergencies. So that needs to be replaced. We also have the resource center.
Aaron?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you want us to discuss things as the slides come up, or do you want us to discuss things when she's finished?
Go ahead and discuss as we go along.
Okay. So that was me that asked about the generator, and I feel like I know that the generator is old, and I do think that it's important. But if we're voting today for grant money to replace those, I don't know that that should be in our CIP right now. If we don't get the money, then we should address that next year and try to add it. Because if we do get the money, now we have $1 million that's being collected in this budget that we don't need. And trust me, someone's going to find somewhere to put it, but the taxpayers didn't agree to that. So I feel like that's a little bit of double dipping. Also on this list, there is Animal Services Facility, $16.5 million. The board clearly voted for a $9 million shelter, which in government math, that turned into $12 million. Then we started hearing if you really want it to have the capacity, it might be 15, and now it's $16.5 million. The board didn't discuss that. The board didn't vote on that. That amount should not be in here because that's not what the board voted on. And also on this page, I asked about it because I was surprised to see Port Citrus. This is literally the first time that we've seen this. We haven't talked about it. We haven't discussed it. Somebody is discussing it because when I talked to our economic development director, he kept saying, we have meetings and we are doing this, but I don't know who we is because it's not us. So we're having things happening outside of this board, and it may be a great project, but I think that before it makes this list, that not only should we discuss it, it should be on an agenda so the people of Citrus County can discuss it, because again, we are representatives of the people that we serve. I look at it like my bosses, which are all sitting out there and at home, I would like them to tell me how they feel about projects. And if I don't know about it, they certainly don't know about it. So we need to talk about these things. I don't think things that have not been approved by the board should be on this CIP right now.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Barrick.
I agree with Commissioner Finnegan. That's almost $20 million. $20 million is not a sneeze at number. And we need to discuss it between the board and the citizens before we do that. I can see going after grants, but these shouldn't be on here right now until they've been discussed by all the board, because I knew nothing about them, just like you.
Commissioner Davis, do you have anything?
I was also surprised to see this on here. Is this otherwise known as the only thing I could think of, since we haven't discussed it before, is this a renaming of the Barge Canal boat ramp? This is a whole separate project?
Yes.
Then we need to be very briefed on this so we can weigh in on whether this should be a priority and obviously hear from the public on it.
So do you want information now from Mr. Bayham, or would you like me to remove this from the list?
I would like to hear from Mr. Bayham, please.
Well, I would respect that, but I feel like Mr. Bayham talking about this, it's not an agenda item. Only the public that will hear this, or the public that just happens to be tuned in or happens to be sitting in the audience right now, and this needs to be a board discussion.
I want to take a moment and take us back in time. I think I saw you brought something here. This port has been sitting in Citrus County since 2011 or 12, somewhere along that line. It's been looked at as an opportunity to invest and have better quality paying jobs, an economic development opportunity. I'm not disagreeing that things need to be discussed, but I think they're also I think we're getting a little too far in the weeds sometimes. We are a board that sits up here and directs policy, and we do other things, but if this was a Fortune 500 company, you would have a CEO and you would have your board of directors, and you would trust that your CEO is going to go out and they're going to find opportunities to bring back to you. I don't think that they can do and discuss every single thing. You have to have some faith and trust that they're going to do the right thing at the right time. Some of these things, these companies don't even want to talk to you. They don't want any of this stuff in the public. They make you sign non-disclosures. They go through lengthy processes to keep it out of the public. And it's all a timing element, but we have to have faith that we hire certain staff to put them in place to bring back opportunities to us. We have a laundry list of things. We have 7 miles of 491, and it's somewhere buried in here. I don't even know how we're going to start that project. And we've seen by Metro forecasting the growth and development that's coming. We have the public screaming about stop the development. I wish we could stop the development. But I don't think that there's one citizen sitting out there that bought a 3-bedroom house. If tomorrow we said, we're gonna make a rule, when you sell that house, only one person can live in it. That's policy. And it's your right to sell your piece of property. Are there certain restrictions, and can we hold certain boundaries on that? Yes, but we can't stop it. What we can do is make really good plans for the future so that we don't end up like other communities that we don't want to look like. But, I mean, we're going to hear another development later today on Rock Crusher. We know that Rock Crusher needs to be 4-laned. We know that Cardinal needs to be 4-lane. We know that 495 needs to be 4-laned. We want park improvements. I want park improvements. I want a balanced demographic of people that live in our community. The people that have retired here, they want younger people to come here to provide the services. But we also have young people that want good jobs. If a family, I mean, we're very fortunate. Commissioner Kennard has a son that's going to come back and take over his practice. But that younger demographic wants a different type of environment. They want other things here. We have space needs because we are a growing community. So we have space needs that our constitutional officers are telling us that we need this space. We still have a whole laundry list of residential road repaving that needs to be done. We have collector roads that need paving. Whether we like it or not, we heard a presentation just recently by the District 7 secretary from FDOT. Marion County has already bought the right-of-way to go up to the 200 bridge, and it is going to be built, and it will be built for 6 lanes. Striped for 4, built for 6. So when they come across that bridge, are they going to stop in Citrus County and funnel into 2 lanes? I'm begging you to, we can't be so myopic. If you take a list, and it was something I've done many times over, too small for you to see. But when I think about transportation, all of these are all heat maps. This is all the traffic and the numbers that run into our county. It's not just about our county and the 170,000 people that live here. It's about we export 25,000 people a day out of this county to go to work someplace else. Wouldn't it be nice if we had their jobs here? We've got to plan for the future, or it will plan for us. And I'm begging you as leaders and visionaries, we've got to take this county. Don't look to today. We need to be looking 25 years out. What are we leaving? What is our legacy? Where are we going? Don't look in the rearview mirror. Look in the windshield, and let's take it to the next level. But we've got to be a team, and we can't just pick each other apart. And we've got to trust staff at some point to bring things to us and not overanalyze it. I don't think by putting this in the CIP it's going to happen anytime soon. It's been sitting out there since, like I said, the mid-2000s. But I think it's an opportunity, and don't let the opportunity pass you by. It's time. It's time that we grab a hold. And I'm telling you, I follow the 2050 transportation plan across the state. The center of Florida is the last place. It's all coming here. It's all coming. And we can either put blinders on and just keep running down the path and let it happen to us, or we can have a really defined, good community, a kind of community that I think everybody would be very proud of and very proud to leave to their future generations. But if we don't get ahead of this curve, it will eat us alive. And there won't be any jobs. We'll have just service jobs. I don't think having whatever it is, a pancake or a Waffle House or whatever that is, and I'm not being disparaging about it, but I don't think that's what we want for our future. I think we want really good quality jobs here, and we want something more than the commercial outlets. So I'm begging you, let's be very focused on where we're going and how we're going to get there. I don't see this $2 million in here. I think it's an opportunity. I think the opportunities that we're missing, I think we ought to be putting more money into our grant match. That's the one opportunity that if we put $5 million in grant match every year out of our budget, the opportunity to have a return on that is probably 2 to 1. We could double our money by just putting money into our grant match program. We miss out on most grants because we don't have the match. So if we really want to maximize our dollars and we really want to be smart stewards of the taxpayer dollar, inflation, it just keeps going. And I don't know where it's going. You know, somebody can say they want to come buy my farm. Even if I sold it, if I said $5 million, where do I go for $5 million? I can't replace it. I'm sure you on the water, you could sell, somebody come in and offer you $5 million for your house on your water. You can't go replace it. You pay your taxes on it, and then you go look for something different. We are ripe. We have every national name brand homeowner, or not homeowner, but builder looking to come here and do business. But we've got to turn the corner. We've just got to turn the corner. So I think I don't think it hurts us to put things into our CIP and look. I think when it comes down to voting on, it's a placeholder. It's opportunity. And if we later vote on it, to move it, don't move it, go for it, don't go for it. But I think you always have another bite at the apple. But I think if you don't put it in there, you never have a bite at the apple.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Barrick.
Okay. I got a couple things. As a board, we have to live with what past boards have done. That's one of the reasons these PUDs are coming up, like Tuscany Ranch and things. Things were done in the past by past boards. Okay? We also have to be responsible for all these projects that we are approving, whether we like it or not. But we need to start completing before we start attempting another project. The barge canal, we asked for money from the state. We wanted to get the barge canal done. The Port Citrus, I remember back in 2011 when it was talked about. And it went nowhere because the number of people that are going to see jobs from there, okay, is not a significant amount of people. Okay, it's going to be specialized people, which, you know, maybe if we hire 150 total for a Port Citrus Canal, that's not a significant amount of people when we're talking about 30 to 50,000 people moving into this community within the next 15 years. Okay, and I can see preventive maintenance. So when it comes to things like the government building and doing this and that, we do have to stay on top of preventive maintenance at all times, because that is very, very important. Anybody in any industry has to do preventive maintenance. And if they don't, it's, oh, the line went down. We do not have the industry here yet. And in order to get it, we have got to do projects that will get us our industry here. And yes, the 491 widening is one step in getting the Holder Industrial Park up and running. How long have we been working on the Airport Industrial Park? And that already has certain things there. And it's still, how many of the buildings are up? How many of the buildings have industrial stuff there that we are hiring loads and loads of people and bringing in lots and lots of money? So the thing is, we have to start focusing. But we also have to talk about these things as a board and not have other people put them on and not have a chance for us to talk about them or the citizens to answer and have questions, or if they have good comments, you know. But we have to be the people that say, okay, we didn't put this on. We don't know who did. I have no idea who put it on, okay? And she is right. Port Citrus was on when Dennis D'Amato was chair, which is a long time ago. And some of you don't even know who I'm talking about. But the thing is, animal service thing, every time I turn around, it's gone up and up, and I got told, oh, it's inflation, it's inflation. Well, I'm sorry. I've had animals all my life, all the times I've been married to my husband, okay? I love animals. But animal services, to bring it back to us now saying 16.5 million. I have had many, many people tell me that it has gotten out of control, the cost. And I get told, well, it has to have special this, special that, special the other. And I'm sorry. you know, I agree with Commissioner Finnegan. These things need to be brought to the board, one at a time, discussed, and if, after the board decides to move positive, then we put them into the CIP. Until then, maybe we have a list of things that we're gonna look into, and if it's a good project, we'll put it on the CIP. But for right now, I agree 100%. We need to have meetings, and we need to have citizen input, and give everyone in the county an opportunity. You know, some of the people that have boats are gonna love a barge canal, but they're also gonna love a Port Citrus. They're two different things. A barge canal is for the daily citizens. At least that's what was explained to me. So you could take your boat and your boat and your boat. Where the Port Citrus is supposed to be able to take stuff that's built and move it to another port. Or stuff that was built, brought into our port. And yes, that is a moneymaker once it gets up and running. The problem is putting it on here for $2 million. I can't agree with that.
Commissioner Finnegan.
I'm going to say what you absolutely said right. You said if this was a Fortune 500 company, which it's not, but you said the CEO would find opportunities and bring it back to the board. And that is completely my point. Like I said, maybe this is a fantastic project, and you're right. And I applaud your passion for, I know we're talking about this, and you went to transportation because that's your passion and planning for that. And I think we would all agree with that. And I appreciate your leadership on that. But the problem is when the CEO is not bringing things to the board and all of a sudden we're supposed to vote for the people of Citrus County to pay for it, that's just not how it's supposed to work. We just discussed this. People are still talking about this. We cannot step over the people of Citrus County and pretend like the CEO and this board knows best. When it's, we're government and we know what's best for you, that's dangerous. That's a very dangerous way of thinking. So we want our CEO to do just what you said, to find the opportunities and maybe have those discussions with staff, but then we have a full board discussion open to the public, get the public's buy-in for how we're spending their hard-earned tax dollars, and then we put it in this book. And you said, well, it's been sitting here for years and it's probably not going to happen this year. It's for this next budget year. The taxpayers will get billed for this project. And right, if it doesn't happen, where's that $2 million? I pointed out last budget, they overpaid by at least $5 million. So we just need to be careful. People have been struggling for the last couple of years, and we can't add that burden. Do we need things? Do we need all the things that you talk about? Would Port Citrus be a fantastic idea and maybe in the future create economic opportunity? Maybe, but we've never talked about it. We've never discussed it. And I got some paperwork, and I literally got it late in the day yesterday, so I haven't read the history. I'm sure you probably know the history. I'm going to try to catch up. I will. I'll do my due diligence, but I'm not going to vote for anything in this book, especially when this next budget will cost the taxpayers money that we haven't discussed. I'm a solid no.
Well, again, I'm going to go back. I'm going to say I think we're not voting on anything today. We have to go through the budget. I think this is an opportunity to put, like, I'm disappointed that the animal shelter was never put in the CIP, ever. This is the first time it's ever been in the CIP. If it had been in the CIP from 10 years ago, we'd have the money sitting there. But I think this is the placeholder. I think this is a wish list. This is how we get started, and then we go down the process. I don't think if anything on this list today is an absolute 100% amen, we're putting it in there and we're spending that money. I think it is a placeholder for us then to do more research, and by the time we check off on the final budget, then we say, yes, go for it, no, don't go for it. Carry it over the next 5 years or take it off the list completely. I think these are just things that they see as opportunities. these would be new projects for this year. I think there's other things in here, debt obligation. And I think it gives an opportunity for us to look at it. I don't think there's anything that's saying that we're absolutely spending this money in this year unless you tell me different.
So, and maybe this will assist in this particular one. So for Port Citrus, what was asked for was $1 million from grants and $1 million from general fund taxes. So we could update it to just be, there's a project in there and we just leave the grant funding, allowing them to possibly bring this back to you. And if it's in the CIP, they may be able to go and get a grant for it. Or do you not want it in there at all?
I have a question about that.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Finnegan.
So my question is today, because today's just direction, right? So Commissioner Bays may have a good point about the placeholders, but in my head, I didn't agree with that. Maybe you'll correct me, because I feel like you're going to take what we say today and start drafting a budget.
Yes.
Because we're going to have to come up with a millage rate. So that's why I'm thinking some things need to be pulled, because yes, it's going to be in a preliminary budget that we're going to have for the taxpayers to see at their taxable rate.
Yes, partially. So if there is money, say, in general fund or gas taxes that are being requested, and that's something the board wants to see, we would budget for it. But if any of these projects, you're like, I would love to have this project in there, I would love to be able to bring it back, to possibly get grants to do other things, and you, however, do not want to put money towards it in fiscal year 26, you can let us know that. We will adjust the project, and there will be no general fund or gas taxes or whatever they're asking for going to it other than, say, grants, if that's what you want to give them the opportunity. Otherwise, they will be waiting till fiscal year 27. And I only say that because there are some grants that do require that it's been in a CIP. I know we talk about water resources a lot. Theirs is one of them. I don't know about this particular opportunity, this particular grant that Mr. Bayham is looking at, and if it needs to be in here, but we can most certainly update the project where it is just the grant funding. And then later, if it comes back to you during the year prior to September and you get the grant and they say, hey, there is a match and you all want to match that, we can go ahead and put that in the budget if you wanted to.
Commissioner Davis.
I'll get into Port Citrus in a moment. The easier question to ask is on the animal shelter. The 4.4 million other, is that donations?
So right now, I believe 3.1 of that is donations. What's listed on there is $12 million of debt, what the board had discussed. And then looking at the number that was provided by community services, 4.4 would need to come from other. Right now, there's about 3.1. So there is a difference. Now, according to Mr. Head, when we spoke with him, like he was saying, that is every alternate, every option, everything. So it's no guarantee that when the bids come in, that's going to be your number. That's kind of like worst case scenario and what was discussed when he brought it last time. So the bids could come in, it could very well be a very different number. You could be looking at a different debt number. You may have enough with donations to cover the difference. That's why it's going out to bid prior to doing the debt financing.
And does that 3 point whatever that's already, does that include Dr. Missoula's $500,000?
I do not believe so, no.
Okay.
That is
so
separate.
we're already pretty far on that 1.1 to come up to 4.4. Okay. So I am fine with that. I have done my homework on visiting other shelters, been to our own shelter numerous times, so I am aghast at how expensive things are, but I also know that this is not remotely a Taj Mahal shelter, not even a little. Morgue, because the 6 counties are breaking up and becoming 4, which is still annoys me in terms of wasting taxpayer money. You might want to bump that up a bit, or this is finalized with the budget, correct?
It is.
Yes.
So we will wait throughout the year and we will get better numbers. The morgue being one of them. Generally at one of your meetings, they provide you a book. I know because of the things that are going on It may be a little crazy, but generally they provide us a budget number because we pay them out of the budget for their services. And then they had previously provided this number.
Right.
So my guess is they will update it, and we will update this when we.
I can't remember what our next
Get it.
meeting is, but I believe it's coming up soon. And we are going to downsize the morgue to be appropriate for 4 counties, but obviously we've lost some economies of scale, so I fear that number may inch up, probably not a lot, but it might go up a little bit. In terms of Port Citrus, Madam Chair, you had a lovely speech, as usual, about how everything is woven together. Economic development is one of our most critical needs in this county. It's not just for the high-paying jobs, it's also for the tax base, because for those who don't know, commercial and industrial typically cost about 70 cents to serve for every dollar they pay in. Residents, we're upside down on. Anyone below, gosh, the high 200s in valuation, we're upside down on. We pay more to serve those people than they pay in. So we desperately need to shift downward in our demographic, in the age demographic, which Commissioner Bay has talked about. And we are trending. I believe it's 35 to 45 is one of our highest growing segments right now, age 35 to 45. So I personally would like to hear from Steve Bayham, sorry. As Commissioner Bay has said, a lot of this economic development, staff is under severe non-disclosure. We can't talk about things, they can't talk about things in public, but I'm sure if Madam Chair would allow him to come up, he can say what he can say. Just to note about that, I'm fine with leaving it on for now. I do think we ought to let Commissioner Kennard weigh in on this because he has the longest time on this board. Although Commissioner Bay's predated him. And overall, the grant fund match that Commissioner Bays has been pushing, I am very much in favor of. This county for a long time has not planned ahead. And so when things whipsaw, taxes whipsaw, roads aren't paved, all of those other things, that's because this county has not been planning ahead. We do have the strategic plan in place now. It's won a major award. We are lining them up and knocking them down. There is a, portal on the citrusbocc.com dashboard where you can see the planning on everything. People and businesses both do not want to be whipsawed. Something costs this much one day and twice the next. They want consistency, they want predictability, and they want value received for reasonable costs. Most people understand we do have to pay taxes, but we bloody well don't want to have our taxes wasted. And so in planning ahead and budgeting ahead with grant match funds, we are, and also not having to rebuild roads at 4 times the cost versus keeping them updated or maintained on time. All of that planning ahead will set us up to have a very predictable, stable, high value, reasonable tax, even low tax. We're still one of the lowest tax counties in the state, and this state is very low tax. That sets us up to all be as prosperous as we can be. And I think that's, Madam Chair, would you like to bring Mr. Bayham up?
Mr. Howard, would that be all right with you?
Yes.
While he comes forward, I would like to point out too that the Coast Guard just made about a $45 million investment out on the barge canal. So there's a lot of eyes that are looking.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Before Steve gets started, hi Steve, sorry. It's going to be nice for us to hear from him, but this can't count as an agenda item notice to the public. Like, this will need to happen. And Mr. Howard, we talked about this 2 weeks ago, and I get that you got like a free pass from 3, but we can't do business this way. Things have to come before this board. And what the public doesn't know, and I'm still like a little blown away by, is a quick briefing, and then at this meeting, we were supposed to vote on a taxing authority, like to tax them more. And I still don't have my mind completely wrapped around that, and I'm glad it's pulled. More time for us to learn, for our attorney to review it, but we have to stop doing business this way. It's not good for any of us, and it's not good for the people of Citrus County. Everything should be brought here, and the people should know about everything before we start making these very quick decisions, especially when it costs them money. That's how government's supposed to work. I think we all know that on a basic level. We may get excited when opportunities come up. I'm the one that rolls my eyes and tells people the cogs of government move slow, but to notice the people when it's their money, that's the time when it should be moving slow.
Madam Chair?
Can let him make this presentation.
Oh.
Hi.
Okay. Steve Bayham, County Economic Development Director. I believe the big question is that, as you had expressed, Commissioner, is that it hasn't been brought before everyone to be discussed. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. I'm going to take you back a little back further in the Wayback Machine. This port has actually been in development and situated within Citrus since 1984. It was created by Florida State statute in 1984. A feasibility study was followed the following year in 1985 and determined that it was a feasible port. Fast forward to 1990. In 1990, the Florida legislature decided to revamp the port system here in Florida. They created the Florida Seaport Transportation and Economic Development Council. Unfortunately, because Citrus County at that time, having a port, did not move forward with anything with the port. It was not included in that council. Fast forward again to 2011. 2011, there was a House bill introduced that added, it was House Bill number 283, which amended the Florida statutes for the FSTED board, or the FSTED council, and it included Citrus, Port Citrus into the council. It gave it approximately till July 1, 2014 to use grant funds from FDOT to do a new feasibility study, which would determine whether or not Port Citrus remains active as an actual port or would be terminated. In 2012, the BOCC of Citrus County revamped its comprehensive plan to include a Chapter 17, a new port element. Within that port element, there is an objective that states 24.3.1 as policy. The costs necessary to complete Port Citrus will be submitted for inclusion into the county's capital improvement plan in accordance with the county budget development process. It's all been public. Everything that has been done to create Port Citrus. Florida statutes, 2011, it was added to the FSTED board. 2012, the BOCC at that time determined that it's time to move forward again and not only put it in the code matching the Florida statutes, but also revamp the comprehensive plan to include a specific port element. And then fast forward to 2013, they used the FDOT funds that were granted to them when they were added to the FSTED Council. And the feasibility study, which I think you have a copy of, concluded that a Port Citrus is feasible. Port Citrus has always been in the public view, and by the actions of the BOCC board, concludes that it is ready to move forward. The next logical step in moving forward and realizing Port Citrus is to acquire property. That is the next logical step. All of the legwork, all the paperwork, all the studies have been done. I'm simply using the assets that we have here in this county to try to build and grow the economic base and diversify it. That's all I'm trying to do. The port is located, the property is already zoned. We have plenty of options to choose from. We can't keep kicking the can down the road. Today, I'm asking for $2 million, total of $4 million. If we push it down the road, next year, it could be 5, it could be 6. We've done this with numerous projects in the past. I've heard it since I've been here for a year now, that we keep talking about these things. I think you used the animal shelter. It was $9 million. Now it's $12 million. Now I think it's $16 million. The longer we delay, the longer we wait, the higher the cost is going to be. Additionally, we're looking at taking money and putting it into an economic asset that can pay dividends in the long run. If you take money and put it into more parks, more conservation, those are all great things, and I'm for those things, but they become a negative on your balance sheet year after year after year because you have to maintain those. You have to hire crews to cut the grass, maintain the infrastructure. We put money into an asset that can generate income and prosperity for the citizens here, then that will spur more industrial development. And it's in an area of the county in which we don't have a lot of industrial property currently to work with. When you look at the entire county, all of our zoned property, 0.7% approximately is zoned industrial. Of that, we have 3 major areas to actually work with. We have the port area in the northwest corner, we have the Holder Industrial Park in the northeast, and we have our new business park at the Inverness Airport. Yes, we have tourism area up and down 19, and we have our rural agricultural counties and areas up between the 2 parks in the north as well as in Floral City area. And then we have a concentration of individuals and commercial growing in the center of the county. We have those 3 major spots to work with that are actually developable and good property. Then you have other parcels that are scattered across the county. So we're not asking for anything new. I understand that we haven't talked about the port, but this board and the state legislature has been well aware, and the board in the past, by their actions, have shown that they have a desire. It's in the statutes, it's in our code, it's in our own policy documents, and it requires that it go through the CIP process. It's very straightforward. So I apologize if you feel that it hasn't been talked about in the public, but it already has. We're just following our own ordinance, our own direction. It's been in there since before I got here, before I think every single one of you were on this board. It was done before that. So we're simply just following our own direction.
Commissioner,
Madam Chair.
Ma'am, please don't talk from the audience. Commissioner Barrick.
All right. He said it, and I said it previous. Past boards, and you said it, have done things we have to live with. However, past boards also decided somewhere along the line that the money should not be in the SIP, and they stopped putting it there. They may have gotten permission for this, permission for that. They still hadn't acquired any land. And you're saying the first thing we got to do is acquire land, okay? So the thing is, the Coast Guard, they have their land, and they started building. We have a project that we have been trying to fund, and we even went to the state to help give funding, called the Barge Canal, which is for our citizens. It's also for economic development because our people coming to visit the county with boats. They use a lot of services, okay? Our Barge Canal is not gonna cost a fortune in employees or maintenance. And I don't know why, I understand, and I was here for all these cute little things, and I saw as it went along, the one commissioner pushed for it and they agreed. They went and they got the permits and they got everything they needed. The only thing they never got was the money. And in 2013, the money was starting to come in. It was after the bubble, okay, when everything went down. They were starting to add. I was here, I went to the meetings. I may not have been up here, but the thing is, I saw as they did these things. If you had this idea to do the Port Citrus, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. What I'm saying is, and Commissioner Finnegan is saying, it needs to come to us first before it makes it to a capital improvement plan. And it has to be, there have to be procedures that are followed. And procedures are being jumped over nowadays, okay? And that's where the problem is. People think they can just do this. I'm trying to get a park, and I'm following the procedures for that, okay? So the thing is, I have to follow procedures as a commissioner. I can't talk to any of the other people up here about what I would like to see done in Citrus County for our residents, except up here. I can talk to our administrator and say, this is what I'd like to see. Can you help me move it along and tell me how I need to do it? Okay? But you need to remember, there are procedures, okay? Our people are 35 to 40-year-olds coming to this county. We just heard about the Alice population. The Alice population are people that don't make $250,000 or more. And if you don't make a certain amount of money, you're not gonna have a boat. The majority of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. And they are younger people that are coming here, and it's paycheck to paycheck. So the thing is, when I'm looking at $2 million, and then you want a grant, if it just said grant money instead of taxes, I might say, okay, it's something to think about, go after whatever grants are out there and see if we can hit that $2 million mark. But it's not saying that, and that's not what you're saying, because a minute ago you said 4 million.
That would be
$2
the
million
total
in
cost.
taxes and 2 million in grant. And I know it was probably a slip of the tongue because you were trying to talk like I do, you know. And as I think of things, you know, sometimes you get tongue-tied. I am not going to be the fancy speaker like Commissioner Bays. I never was, I never will be. And you need to understand, this is not what I would like to see taxpayer dollars go for, even in a CIP. Once we get the barge canal done, then I would bring it back, since we do have all of the things in place, and then we go for that money. And I would like to see us start doing that. Do one thing, get it completely done.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Finnegan.
you may have been first.
Oh, Commissioner Davis.
I was with you when I was already there before you said it, and I'm glad you said it. I didn't quite connect the dots for folks when I was saying this earlier. I don't like to pay taxes either, but if I can pay $5 in taxes for the next 4 years and get $100 or $200 savings on my taxes forevermore, then that's a good deal, isn't it? That's what economic development does for us. And we've invested heavily in our Inverness Air Park, Business Park. We have Holder teed up, ready to go. And you are saying, as your position as a very successful economic development director, that you believe this would be an outstanding next shovel, more or less shovel-ready area to have ready for economic development. If you want low taxes and you want quality health care, you have to have economic development and you have to have more affordable housing. So I see why this ended up. It's turned into a lot of political stuff going on up here, but staff has every right to, this has all been in the sunshine. You put it on here. It's been a long-standing project. Probably could have used a little bit more teeing up so we wouldn't get into this political sideways. But I'm in favor of leaving it on.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Well, I don't think that this is political at all. This is just how government is supposed to work. And I feel like you're arguing for your project, but this isn't the time to do it. I don't know that anyone's even saying that they're against it. I'm not. I'm saying it wasn't brought to us the correct way. So we can get a presentation. It's an agenda item. The public can speak. Then, you know, there'll probably be some conversation about it in the community, and we can actually ask our constituents how they feel about it. I do think it's a bit condescending to the people in Citrus County when you're like, hey, it was out in the public. The board in 2012 or 2013 voted on it. That board did not represent the people we're representing in 2025, but you're asking the people in 2025 to pay for it. Therefore, those people should get every chance to look at the material and to talk about it. And listen, it may be the most fabulous thing that we ever do. I am not arguing the merit of the project. I am just trying to get us to do things the right way. Why? One, because it's right, and two, it's because that's what the people want us to do. They want to have a say in where their money goes, and rightly they should.
And Commissioner Finnegan, I don't disagree with you. I guess I just disagree at how we're getting there. I think today is just an opportunity for us to get this in the CIP, then bring it back and have a presentation, talk about it. We're getting ready to go through our whole budget process, and this is just the beginning of it. I don't disagree with what you're saying. I think just when we're going through our CIP, yeah, I think this is the starting point, and then we launch off from there. So I think we all want to get to the same place. We just are conflicted on about how to get there, but I would respectfully ask the indulgence of the board to leave it on there, give us an opportunity to hear a presentation, move forward, then we can decide. Commissioner Kennard will be back, and we can all sit here and go, yes, take it off, leave it on, scrap it, never bring it back, take it out of our comp plan. I mean, but give us an opportunity, give our economic development person that has worked in this industry and has probably way more knowledge than I do about economic development, but give them an opportunity to present and bring something that can be an asset to our county and can help our taxpayers reduce their burden. These are the exact things that we're looking for that can help relieve the burden of the residential homeowner and have, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but a boat ramp compared to an opportunity of having Port Citrus is completely different. I mean, you were saying that it was okay to bond $6 million to complete a boat ramp that wasn't going to sell gas and didn't have any services. They were just simply going to drop their boat in the water. I think what we're talking about, and I don't know, I've never discussed it with this man either. I have no idea, but I do believe that this is an opportunity to turn the corner and have some better tax return on our investment.
May I?
Commissioner Finnegan.
So I think that is a fair proposal, but let's clarify it then. So if we left it here today, it will come back as an agenda item, and then we'll actually, the public will see, it will be broken out. Why is it a good economic, like in my head, all the things that you're saying I know, but I shouldn't, I shouldn't assume that. So a full presentation about the return on investment and bring that to the board, and then the board can decide to move forward or not. And if the board doesn't, before we have our budget, the final budget hearing, it could get taken off if the board says no. If we think it's a good project because it's actually going to come back and the public will know why it's a good economic development project, then we leave it in. Is that fair?
Yep.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Barrick.
Okay. I sat here quietly and I listened. It's not a shovel-ready project. It really isn't, because we don't even own the land yet, do we?
That's what the request
No,
is
we don't own the
for.
land yet, okay? So when I hear someone at the board say it's a shovel-ready project, the one that is shovel-ready is the airport, at least as far as I could tell, okay? Holder is no way shovel-ready. And that industrial park, I would love to see that up and running before we spend money on a barge canal, because we don't have any products to ship out on a barge canal. And that's what the barge canal was going to be for, bringing products in, shipping products out. As for, the Port Citrus, rather. The barge canal was for the people. And yes, that does bring economic prosperity, because you buy a gallon of gas for a boat. It's not $3 a gallon. You take your boat out once, and then you got to have it serviced. You take it out again, you got a trailer you got to put it on, you got tires, you got truck gasoline. So you've got families that are eating. So when I see barge canal, I do see economic development, because I do see money coming into the local people that are already here working. When I see Port Citrus, I think, and how many more dollars and what else do we have to develop before it actually gets operational? 20 years down the road? Maybe, if we're lucky. We don't even own the land yet. We may have permits to have a Port Citrus, which take time to get, and they got them. But that's it. Now, if it goes into the CIP, like two of the other commissioners would like, I want to be able to say, in the final budget, I don't want 2 million in our taxes going to it. If you want 2 million in grants, you go out and find 2 million in grants. And that would be fine with me. But to put it on the taxpayer's bill at this point in time is not my, I haven't even heard from any of the taxpayers. And it does need to be brought back to the board to be discussed in detail. And thank you.
Commissioner Barrick, I'd like to take a moment and put something in perspective. In our CIP right now, for the last 7 miles of 491, we don't own the right-of-way to build the road.
No.
But how do you think we get there?
We're gonna work it through, step by step, following the rules.
But it
and
has to
there
get into
are
your
steps.
it has to get into your CIP. And it's over years. So if you look in the backup of your CIP right now for 491, you have right-of-way acquisition in there of $93 million to buy the right-of-way. And you have all the other backup costs in there. That doesn't come until 2031.
That's correct.
That's what this CIP is for.
Our loans.
No, that CIP is it's a 5-year program. And some of it, we even talked about extending out to 10 years because some of this is so expensive. Right now, 491 to 200 in our CIP, because it's being drug out for so long, is $337 million. And it's in your CIP.
I understand that. I also know that we also have bonds that don't stop until 2035, 2029, and that's for roads that we're driving on currently.
Right.
And if we're gonna start taking bonds out for 491, we're gonna have to start taking out for 491, but I'll bet if we have a meeting and have the public here, you're gonna say that the people are gonna say, start getting what you need, because it is a necessity, okay? The Port Citrus, at this point, doesn't meet what I consider, or I would tend to say, the citizens don't consider a necessity.
Okay. Thank you.
Clear as mud?
So what I heard is consensus at this time would be to leave Port Citrus as is, then there will be a presentation, and then there will be a decision made as to if it stays in the budget. Okay. Is there a consensus to move out the funding for the LaCanto Government Building generator? Maybe move that to fiscal year 27, see if we get the grant in fiscal year 26? Or do you want to leave the funding in fiscal year 26?
I'd like to remove it and give the opportunity to get the grant. If you want to put it in the next year, that to me is fine, because if we get the grants, we'll just wipe that right off next budget cycle. If we don't get the grants, we'll need to leave that in.
Okay, I'll give you.
Okay. And then for animal services, again, that is the number I believed Mr. Head discussed with the board when it was brought last time. Right now, there are no actual general fund taxes that are going to be going to this. This is in there as debt service, and then the other, which is donations and some impact fees. We can change the amount, but it's not going to change anything as far as the budget. It wouldn't change anything until we come to the board and ask to do the debt service. So once the bids come back in, that would come to the board, and you all would have that discussion as to what you want and how much debt you're willing to go out for.
I don't want any more debt than this board voted on, but even that, I say 12 million, I'm sure that's a rough number. In that, there were donations, and some of it was for extras, but some of those extras were included in that building cost. So that should have brought that cost down even more, like a cattery. That's part of the building. There were extras that were actually part that were constructed, so that should come off that constructed cost. So until this board has an agenda item and votes any differently, we need to put that number down, my opinion.
I agree with that.
Does anyone else have consensus to do that?
Leave it as, Madam Chair, leave it as it is for now, because this has been the number that we have been presented the last umpteen times. And we are not dealing with a full deck of information until we get the bids back. So.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Finnegan?
With all due respect, this wasn't the number. There was another like full build thrown out and it was around 15 million. It was never 16.5 million. This number's brand new.
When do we expect the bids back?
It has actually not gone out. I do not believe they're finished with the final design yet. However, that was, I believe, like 2 weeks ago was the last update I got on that.
And how long will it take once it goes out for bid to know what that number is?
It's 30 days it goes out. So then the bids will come back. After that, it'll have to be reviewed. Obviously, we'll have to make sure they're eligible, they have insurance, they've met all the requirements and all of that.
What was the square footage on this building? Do you remember roughly?
I do not know. I would have to ask Director Head. I'm sorry.
Well,
Commissioner Brady?
just 1 second, please. I would like to move it back, and I'll compromise. I'll say 13 million, because I know that you said we have 3.1 now in other, and there's roughly another 500,000 that we know that potentially could come in. So I'd like to see it move back to 13 million, and then let it go out to bid and then kind of see where we're at.
Okay, so you only want it to reflect the amount
But I have to get the rest of the board to.
that would potentially, the board would have to come up with. You don't want to see the amount that's been donated or potentially donated, just the amount the board may potentially have to fund.
Yes.
That would be the, okay.
Do you have the?
And then can you also tell me what the West Citrus Government Center remodel is? That's the Metacrest building, correct?
Yes. And I believe it's for like an entrance area. Hold on 1 second. Is
Yeah.
yes, it's to remodel the atrium area in order to convert it to usable office space and or conference space over in Meadowcrest. I believe it was the area that Lifestream vacated.
And who's going to use it now?
I don't know. I believe it was administration was possibly going to use it as a conference room. And then I know we have some other elected officials that are over there that could potentially use it.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Finnegan.
Aaron, help me before you take out, because you said just what the board would be paying on the animal shelter. Is that, oh, I think I just found it. I was going to ask you. Okay, so the loan was $12 million, the other 4.4, but where was that other money? Where does that come from?
That 4.4, when we put it in there, was not coming from the board. That's 3.1 in donations that we currently have, the 500,000 that we could potentially get, and then there was discussion of having more fundraisers or more donations coming in after the bids come in. But again, this number is the high number. Supposedly it's all the alternates, all the things. So we kind of put it in here, if everything were to be approved and come in, this is what would be needed. Not saying this is going to happen. Only the 12 million under loan is what the board was considering funding.
But like I said, we weren't. So to me, the 12 million is the compromise, because some of that extra money was supposed to go to the building construction. Okay. So I never thought that we would be loaning $12 million. That's not what it should be, but I think the compromise would be to leave it at 12.
I'm fine with that. Leave it at 12, and once the bids come in, then we'll figure it out.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis?
not to prolong the agony on this topic, but what about all the land sales that we have been putting aside to reduce the amount that we had to borrow?
That is part of the 3.1. So that is
I thought that was all donations, no?
well, it's donations and all the additional funding that's going towards that building. So it does include land proceeds.
Okay.
The next slide is for public buildings. This is all debt service. It's all debt service that we've had, and obviously that we are required to pay. The next slide talks about aviation. Again, some of these projects, the majority of them, you all have seen before. The airport landscaping signs, the second from the bottom, will be fully funded in fiscal year 26. And then there's Crystal River Airfield Lighting, which will also be fully funded in fiscal year 26. And that is a new project. The next one is Parks and Recreation. These are all projects you have seen before. A lot of them are reoccurring, like court resurfacing, play structure incidentals, LED lighting conversion we've been doing for a while. There's a Hernando Beach parking lot resurfacing that will be fully funded in fiscal year 26. There is a park master plan that has been discussed previously that will be fully funded in fiscal year 26. And then Citrus Springs tennis court rebuild that will be fully funded in fiscal year 26. And just so you know, the reason that is using taxes and not impact fees is because we're rebuilding it. So it is not expanding services. It is not impact fee eligible. Again, those other projects we have been saving for. And then the next slide has all new projects. So Central Ridge Community Center, that is the one in Beverly Hills. They're asking for a kitchen renovation for $65,000. That would be fully funded in fiscal year 26. There's also the Central Ridge Community Center grass parking lot. Apparently that parking lot fills up fast and they're asking to create parking spaces in the grass area. There is the Eugene Martin playground replacement that would be fully funded in fiscal year 26, and new play features at the Bicentennial Park softball area in fiscal year 26. That is impact fee eligible, so impact fees would be used. There's disc golf, tee box pads and constructions. There's the Alexander Park playground replacement, which will be fully funded in 26. The Central Ridge Community Park Dog Park, which would be fully funded in fiscal year 26, and the Fort Island Trail storm restoration would be fully funded in 26. That we normally have done every 3 to 5 years. We replace the sand out at Fort Island Trail because of the hurricanes that occurred. A lot more sand is gone. So it's more restoration now than it is a replacement of the sand. It will be submitted to FEMA for reimbursement. We have a survey prior to the hurricane and we have a survey after the hurricane to show how much sand was lost. They may not refund the county in total because they may say some of the sand was naturally gone, but we will ask for all of it.
Commissioner Bays?
Commissioner Barrick.
The Central Ridge Community Park for Dogs. Okay, it says you're gonna use impact fees, okay, which means it's gonna be new construction. If you go to Central Ridge Community Park currently, there are dog paths and there are things up. If you need a bag for your dog, whatever, you know, you can put it in and there's garbage cans. I know the board had talked about in years past a dog park for over in Citrus Springs. And one of the biggest things, and the reason it got knocked down, is the insurance. Now, I can't figure out how we can make a brand-new dog park on a place that already has a dog area for walking. Are you just gonna put $50,000 in fences?
So what they're suggesting is that they are going to create an area for small dogs and an area for large dogs. It would have fencing, weigh stations, benches, water stations, play features, and landscaping. So yes, if we are expanding the park, expanding services, it would be impact fee eligible. If those items don't currently exist, if there's not a play area, and excuse me, I've not gone to a dog park, so not familiar with that play area, but if there are things there that are not there now, and it's expanding the space, then yes, it'll be impact fee eligible.
Okay. How much is our insurance gonna be when we make a dog park for the county?
I don't know. We will have to see how big they make it, and we will have to ask the insurance company.
Well, before I agreed to a dog park going in anywhere, whether it's in Floral City, Homosassa, anywhere, I would like you to get me some prices on how much the insurance is gonna cost the taxpayers on a
We
yearly
can certainly
basis.
do that,
Thank you.
of course.
Commissioner Finnegan?
We actually have a dog park in Homosassa. One of our county parks are already. Bluebird
she could
Springs
fi-
Park.
Then
It's a
she
nice
could
one.
find prices
Yeah.
easy.
I think it's the only park we have with a spring on it, like a county-owned park, I think. Eric? Yes.
And then the last project is a sportsplex. It's $60,000. It is impact fees, and I believe that's for the beginning of the design of that.
So Aaron, I have a question. I know Commissioner Finnegan brought forward recently about expanding fields at one of the parks. And we talked about impact fees and park, different sources. How does that all accumulate into this?
They're proposing, I guess there's a 33-acre spot that would feature 10 multi-use fields designed for various sports, including soccer, football, softball. Is that the one you're referencing?
Yes.
So, are you just asking?
How does, because we talked about funding for that, and you know, we've talked about buying Pirates Cove. I mean, there's, every time I turn around, we're bringing something up off schedule, like, hey, I'd really like to do that and find it, but then I'm not sure how that all filters back in.
So right now, and the way it has worked in the past, is it really has just been a first come, first serve basis for park impact fees. Previously, because they were for a specific district, I believe, again, prior to my time, that, you know, the commissioners would bring that forward, they would agree. Now it's all in one pot, so it's a little bit different. There might be obviously competing interests as to how to spend those funds. There is a park master plan that community services would like to have done to kind of look and build off of what Metro Forecasting was doing, where they think that growth is coming, where those parks should be, where we will need those services, to better figure out how to use this funding. There are still funds, as we discussed left in certain districts. I don't know in particular where this 33 acres is to say if there's funding left. I know the project Commissioner Barrick brought up in that particular area, there's about $600,000 left for that particular area for park impact fees. So right now, this is in here, like I said, the first $60,000 is for planning and design. And then they have additional funding going through 28, 29. Will it all be available? I doubt it. I imagine that it will have to be started at one point with some fields put in, and then as funding becomes available, you would add fields, or as population dictates or the teams grow, and then you could add fields. That would be impact fee eligible because you would be adding a field that you didn't already have.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Finnegan.
I asked Eric about this yesterday because I saw that in there to ask him if that's what the board had discussed. And I think when we said, yes, go get us numbers, the way I understood, and he can obviously, or you could correct me if I'm wrong, that was this. This was getting some numbers because they threw some rough numbers out there for years to come. And Eric and I both discussed it yesterday, like, okay, that's ridiculous. But I think it was more like, well, we have to put it out there and get real numbers and then, you know, decide what the board wants to do at that point to move forward. So that's this, right? When the board said,
Yes.
yes, go get us numbers, that money's to go get us numbers.
That is that. So they will do some design, and then the next year they also have some additional money for planning and design. And really, I don't know if the intention is to design, which we've done before, the entire project, almost kind of what's happening with the animal shelter. And then as we expand, you can add on to that park.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Barrick?
One thing I brought up, if we change and we make it a regional sportsplex, we can use tourism dollars for a regional sportsplex, okay? Now, can we still use impact fees along with those tourism dollars?
I don't see why not. I don't know what you plan on using it for, but impact fee are to expand or provide new services.
Well, if we made it into a regional baseball thing, it just meant that this team from that county and this team from that county and this one, they could come, and it's a regional sports complex that we do certain, I'm just proposing baseball, but it could be soccer, it could be football, it could be, whatever. But the thing is, if it's considered a regional sportsplex, there are dollars in tourism because it brings in tourism dollars. And they are usable according to the state. So can you add tourism dollars on there besides impact?
Well, before we do that, we would need you all to say that it's tourism eligible and how much you want added from tourism. I can't say that it.
And it's only from 1 penny.
Right. So I don't know off the top of my head how much is there, or even that the TDC will
approve it.
Great.
But we approve what the TDC spends.
Right, it would have to be brought back to the board and ratified, and then basically it's only for 1 penny that's collected for capital. And what you're talking about is you would be using that 1 penny as a debt service payment.
Right.
Because you would bond it and you'd use the
Right,
the
so our
revenue from
tourists would
that.
actually be paying for a regional sportsplex rather than our residents.
Madam Chair, we've talked about having a regional sportsplex for as long as I've been on the board and prior. Commissioner Carnahan was a big proponent of that.
Well, our economic development director has a plan that we did when I chaired the board, so it's been out there a very long time.
I have never gotten at least any sort of official briefing or presentation from staff in terms of what constitutes a regional sports complex. Everything needs a strategic plan before we start swinging wildly with dollars. I'm in favor of it, but it sure doesn't seem like 33 acres is big enough to me. And I believe what we're talking about, but that's just, I have no idea. I could be completely off base because we need data. We need what best practices are. We need to have it designed to be correctly sized for our environment. Also, we don't have the hotels to support regional sports right now at all. And chicken or the egg, we support having regional sports, then, that drives hotels building, but you gotta have at least some to get the other and back and forth, right? And I believe those 33 acres, is that not the property that we talked about I think 2 meetings ago off of Homosassa Trail behind Anson's Nursery that was formerly leased by Filter?
I believe it is.
Okay. Yeah, that doesn't really strike me as big, fabulous regional sports complex because we would be competing against some really nice complexes in the state. So, again, strategic plan.
So that's another one where we can have it in here, and if you all want to have a discussion, obviously we can change the project description. If you find another area that you would like to have it, just prior to starting looking at that design, that feasibility, you would want to select that so there you don't start looking at that tract of land.
We have an immediate need for our own citizens, not talking about pulling people out from outside the county. I do chair the TDC, and I am in favor of using the 1 cent very strategically to build tourism facilities in Citrus County, but it's not that much money, and it's got to do other things besides fund ball fields. So again, I would be in favor of it if it's strategically thought out and presented.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Finnegan.
I agree with you because I was a little hung up by the name and I had to say, is that this? Is that Fields? But maybe Sportplex isn't the right name because I don't think, even though it says that, I don't think this is at all, those 33 acres going to be a sportsplex. It's my understanding what we all said to look at is open fields, not even softball. Those are more expensive. Flat football fields, soccer fields, then with some amenities, meaning bathrooms and things like that in the future. But the name threw me too. And that may be a conversation, like a sportsplex for another day. But I don't know if you all want to ask Mr. Howard if Eric could come talk about that. My understanding was this is not a sportsplex. Even though it says sportsplex, it's fields. That's why when I said the numbers, I'm like, well, maybe somebody put numbers as if it was a sportsplex because I'm with you. I don't think 33 acres is cutting it. That could just be our open fields, you know, not, there's no intentions for other sports, no indoor sports, no baseball fields.
And not for nothing, that's a lot more than the animal shelter, and it's not even a major building.
I said the same thing.
So, and I believe
And
the
I think we
Coast
have our
Guard,
Parks Master Plan on here, which will help reveal
yes,
a lot.
back to strategy.
So, Commissioner Barrett?
The reason I was suggesting we use the tourism dollars is because we are at the developmental part. And this is where they're gonna go out and see. And we could possibly use those dollars along with impact fees. Okay, in other words, maybe 30,000 from tourism and 30,000 from impact to get what we need for the information. And then at that point, hey, we're not gonna make it as a regional, so then we don't use any more tourism dollars. But what I'm suggesting is we use some of the tourism dollars, if we are able to, rather than just using impact fees.
We'd need a board vote and it's not an agenda item.
I know.
Okay, moving on.
The next slide discusses stormwater. These projects have been in the CIP. However, 2 of them will be fully funded in '26, the Plantation Estate Drainage Project and the Beverly Hills Neighborhood Project. The next slide has the remainder of the stormwater projects. The Safe Route to School Phase 2 Forest Ridge will be funded in '26, as well as a stormwater engineering study for the Land Development Code. There's ones we continuously do, stormwater cleaning and restoration, as well as stormwater facilities repair and replacement. There were 3 projects added this year. West Cornflower Drive drainage retrofit, South Adams Street drainage retrofit, which will be fully funded, and the drainage structure study will be fully funded. And that is part stormwater and part grant. The next one talks about transportation. Again, there are projects that we see every year: bridge and guardrail repair, remarking and striping on existing roads, intersection improvements, gas tax funding for road maintenance. We have 2 debts. Both are for 491. They were in 2015 and 2020. There is the gas tax funding for transit operations, and then there is a County Road 491 and Hampshire Boulevard turn lanes. I know one commissioner had a question about that project. I don't know if they still have a question or if we're good. Okay.
Well, I just want the citizens to know, the project was started in 2021, that we were gonna make a turn lane at West Hampshire. With all the funding and everything that's going on, if it gets done in 2028, 2029, that's when it's scheduled. So we will have the backup on West Hampshire through at least 2029, and I wanted the citizens to know that. Because we need to move forward a little faster, okay? Especially if it's gonna be across the street from a possible development of 5,000 houses.
Then we have the South Apopka Avenue resurfacing Scott
Madam
project.
Chair.
I'm sorry.
On a
Commissioner.
lighter note, I just want to point out at that last slide to make many people happy in case they glazed over, one of which is the woman to my left, Commissioner Bays, that south of Popka Avenue is getting SCOP funds finally in the next fiscal year.
Not soon enough.
We need more SCOP funds.
Well, you're not going to get them.
And that will be fully funded in '26. The next slide, it has engineering services, which is in there every year. And then there are 4 new projects: road network, pavement management. This is what is referred to as road resurfacing. So this combined with SCOP is basically the road resurfacing budget. And then you'll see that it's transportation, ad valorem, as well as gas tax. So this current year, we had additional funding left over from other projects that we put towards road resurfacing. So it was slightly higher. We will be bringing to you the first meeting in May, the true up, true down. Now that the ACFR has been presented, there will be funds from the general fund that will be trued up at that time if the board wishes. Some of that funding could be set aside for additional road resurfacing in fiscal year '26 if that is what the board chooses to do. There's a Cardinal Street corridor alignment study that would be fully funded in '26, as well as a countywide level of service traffic study and County Road 39 resurfacing project that is also SCOP funding. Libraries just has one, it's their debt service. The next one is solid waste. Obviously, they are an enterprise fund, so they are paying for their own projects. Every year they have closure and long-term care, as well as landfill expansion and land acquisition. This has been going on for several years, and they are still working on that next cell. We have a dozer lease, an articulated dump truck, citizen service area new site. We have been saving for that, as well as a solid waste compactor. That is something that gets replaced out there. There are 2 new projects: administration office renovation and SCADA upgrades. Both of those would be fully funded in fiscal year '26. Next is utilities, water and wastewater. Again, an enterprise fund, so they are paying for their own projects. Some of these, again, they are doing every year, like Citrus Springs Topeka line extensions, miscellaneous renewal and replacement. They do have some debt service, utility system revenue bonds from 2016, as well as the Southwest Regional Water SRF loan, and the CAB and SWM SRF loan, which was actually the Parkway. There's also the US 19 corridor lift station phase 1 that would be fully funded in '26, as well as the Meadowcrest wastewater treatment plant process modification would be fully funded in '26, and Old Homosassa, the loan for Old Homosassa, I believe that is phase 4. I believe that is correct. Just so you're aware, there will be more loans coming through as they continue to complete those septic to sewer projects. Those assessments are being funded via a loan so that the Water Resources Department does not have to pay for that out of their reserve. The next slide has a line looping project that would be fully funded in '26. The SCADA master plan, inflow and infiltration relining program, Floral City Elementary School wastewater treatment plant interconnect, and the Oak Forest water treatment plant tank replacement would be fully funded in '26. The next slide talks about public safety. So this is fire. They have fire rescue radio replacement that is yearly. New Fire Station 29 would be fully funded in '26, and this is the moving of Fire Station 8 out to the Inverness Airport. That is what the Fire Station 25 is. They also budget yearly for emergency generators, station roof replacement, apparatus replacement. They do have a fire apparatus equipment capital lease that they are paying. Then they have EMS apparatus replacement, fire small equipment replacement plan, and then a new project for facility replacement and a remodel plan. Just so you're aware, these projects are partially dependent on the funding from the MSBU. I know that was brought to you at the last meeting. So depending on what happens with that, some of these projects may be scaled back or may not be done at all, depending on what funding is available to fire. And then the last slide talks just over a brief summary. So for fiscal year 25-26 or fiscal year 26, the total would be, again, $90,116,121. If all of the projects were funded, approved, and completed. And a big portion of that, obviously, is we try to get funding through grants. So as we go through the budget process, especially when the budget comes to you in July, when you see those final numbers with operating included, with salaries included, and all of that, you know, you can obviously look at this again, reconsider that. Maybe there is additional funding, maybe there's not. And you can look at these projects and see if you want to make any changes to them, or after the presentations, if you want any changes, please let us know, and we'll make the changes prior to bringing the budget to you in July.
Thank you, Erin. All right. So now we're back to consent agenda.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
move to approve the consent agenda in its entirety.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis.
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Sorry, I almost called you Gennard.
Oh, wow.
Sorry about that.
She has better hair.
Thank you. Yeah.
Is there any public input on the consent agenda? Consent agenda only.
That's what I'm here for.
Okay.
My name's Todd Cloud. I live at 8615 West Highland Street, Homosassa. I'm going to do a disclaimer real quick. Okay, I believe in the Lord Jesus Christ and the Lord our God, which is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and his son Jesus Christ. I say that for a reason, because I'm not a prophet, and I don't claim to be. And 3 minutes would not be enough time for me to prophesy on what Port Citrus would do to this county. You talk about money, that's fine. I'm talking about quality of life. So all I'm going to
Madam
do
Chair?
is ask.
Yes. This is
sorry.
not to do with the consent agenda.
Consent
Oh,
agenda.
I'm sorry. I thought
You
that was,
need regular open to the public.
Yes.
I'm sorry. You can give me that back. I'll be back.
You were on such a roll.
Wow.
It was doing so good.
Is there any other public comment on just the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Now,
Well, you heard my disclaimer, and the main thing that I'm going to stand here and tell you and the citizens of this county, please go to Google Maps and take a picture of Port Tampa. Then take that picture and overlap it where you want Port Citrus. It would be a disgusting thing, and so please think about it, because if you're asking my opinion on Port Citrus, it doesn't need to be here, period. Thank you.
thank you. Next.
Renee Bedford, Full City, Florida.
Can you speak into your mic, please?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'm here to talk about the economic development. All I hear is you keep saying, oh, it's coming, it's coming. We need to get more money, more people in this town. Like he said about Tampa. This is the Nature Coast. All that whole presentation that she was just giving was infrastructure for what? For the 2,400 homes that are supposed to be built? We don't want that here. The citizens of Citrus County don't want that here. Developers want that here. They want the port to accommodate a housing development that's going to be built by what? You said 2030? What do we focus on right here, right now? The roads. The families are hungry. At the airport, getting food every, once a week, once a month, whenever they do that? Come on now. Let's just jam-pack this small little town. It just makes no sense. Instead of focusing on getting bigger infrastructure for bigger developments, take that a little bit of extra grant money or bond money, whatever she was saying, and give us a freaking break on property taxes. I mean, and you said that we don't plan ahead. Yeah, we do. We pay ad valorem for that plan ahead. Correct? Firefighting, trash to make sure there's a landfill. I mean, how can you say we don't plan ahead? We do. We give y'all our freaking money to handle it so our community runs, not so our community gets so big that the property taxes get so high that we can't even live here. We got to move out. And then that big old development that y'all built with the lagoon and whatever, they buy our properties. I don't even know what else to say. I'm done.
Hello.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Saveska. I live on North Wagon Point, Pine Ridge. I'm here to represent the 11,000 residents of Pine Ridge. I have a letter on file. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Several weeks ago, the Pine Ridge Board of Directors sent a letter to each of you expressing our appreciation for your commitment to funding road resurfacing and the impact it's made on our community. By now, you've probably had a chance to read it, but we think it's important to reinforce that in public forum for various reasons. The letter in part reads, "We salute you, commissioners, for your commitment to funding road resurfacing throughout the county and in Pine Ridge. You have listened to our concerns and reversed a half a century of neglect of our roads in Pine Ridge, a half a century. We are finally starting to see the results of your efforts. It will improve the safety of our residents, our guests, our school buses, and our traffic. We encourage you to maintain adequate funding for road resurfacing in future budgets. Pine Ridge is often objected to the road application of the density rule across the entire county because it puts large lot communities like ours at a significant disadvantage. Your recent decision to allocate funding based on the percentage of roads per district has made a significant change in that and improved our situation. We believe that the allocation process should continue as the county changes to the new rating system. Your willingness to help our community and the outstanding service you have provided is greatly appreciated by the homeowners. In short, thank you very much for being responsive to this. While we salute the commissioners for your commitment, we also want to take this opportunity to express a couple other things that have come to our attention that we think need some of your attention. The first is the amount of funding in the capital improvement program for road resurfacing, now titled Road Network Pavement Management. We can only find $10 million in that presentation. This year's budget has $16.2 million for road resurfacing. If we go forward with that $10 million in the fiscal 26 capital improvement problem, that would represent a 40% reduction in spending for road resurfacing. We wrote that letter before we saw that capital improvement program. So in short, what we want to do is confirm with you that it is your intent to cut road resurfacing funding under the new name by 40% going forward into the fiscal 26 budget. That would be a request, a reply that we would like to get from you. Second, we noticed the road resurfacing page on the county website has recently been updated to reflect the Road Network Pavement Management title. The new page keeps all the current policies about road ratings and about the density rule, ratings 7 to 10, needing the resurfacing, and the allocation of funds prioritized based on density, from the highest density to the lowest density. What we noticed was missing was that the website or the page on the website no longer indicates that funding is allocated by district. We also would want to inquire the board to see if that is just an oversight or that is the way the board wants to go into the future. In summary, we'd like to thank you for what you've done for us up to this point and the impact you've made in Pine Ridge. We also request 2 items of clarification, whether we want to cut it by 40% and whether or not we're going to continue to fund or allocate funding based on the percentage of roads in a district. Thank you again for your time and consideration. But before I end, I would like to say one last bit that kind of surprised us a little bit as we walked in. To Erin, we are sad to see her go. She has been nothing but responsive, accessible, and professional in all our requests, and we want to wish her the best in her new endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Trina Romeo. I live at 3149 East Grapeleaf Lane, Inverness. And I'm here to share an article that I read and was quite distraught about it. An eye-opener, I must say. This was an article on April 12th from the Citrus Crusader. And it says, Schlabach still causing county problems. The latest controversy involves her role as a lobbyist for the Southern Group. Last month, she convinced the Commission's current chairwoman, Rebecca Bays, to nudge County Administrator Steve Howard into secretly signing a $3 million appropriations request to the state legislature to widen State Road 41 on behalf of the lobbying firm's client, Metro Development Group, which has an open application to build a 5,000-unit project along 491 called Tuscany Ranch. In an email, Schlabach asked him to sign the funding request as soon as possible. That way we can show you the money, she wrote. The problem is that the rest of the commission never approved or even knew about the request, a serious breach of protocol, especially considering that the request stated it was presented to and supported by the Citrus County BOCC at their regular meeting. To make matters worse, the Southern Group's involvement in the deal would have amounted to the county giving approval to Metro's massive development before the fact and with no public input. Apart from violating Florida law, which bars elected officials from lobbying their former boards for 2 years, Schlabach's sneaky deal also has angered our legislative delegation, potentially costing the county future state dollars. The funding request was rejected unanimously. Bays and Howard apologized for their actions, but denied malicious intent. Quote, I messed up, all I can do is apologize, Bays said. How can any of the board members work with a lobbyist of a developer with an open application? I'll tell you, this was an eye-opener and made me realize that I don't even know what's going on and I have to participate more in what's going on in the county. This was all premeditated behavior that was carried on secretly. You don't get to say, I messed up, sorry. This is not junior high school, and you can say this and all is forgotten. This is not going away. There will be consequences to these actions. Even a child knows to hide when doing something wrong. It is out in the open, and there need be consequences. You gave a speech about having faith and trust in the county departments. Well, now we have like a little mini Watergate. Shame on you acting like we should trust you now and have faith in your leadership. These articles are an eye-opener.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
We need to have transparency and truth in the government here. Thank you.
Next, please.
My name is Ray Brown Jr. I reside at 4583 West Herman Court in Homosassa, 329-34446. I'd like to thank you all for being here. Apparently, other people's time seem to get a lot more than people who speak against you. Commissioner Bays, wow, what a grandstand you just did. Talking about, oh, that we need to do this, we need to spend money here, we need to spend money there. And you said, hey, you know, if we can lower our taxes by $5, you know, you're going to guarantee us that by spending all this money in this county, it's going to raise our taxes. Our gas taxes, I come from a county with over 550,000 people. You know, they built things and says, hey, your taxes are going to be less. All of a sudden, we're getting, our taxes are going up to pay for projects that all these people coming in. It's actually more than 550,000 people. So what you're saying, hey, we're going to reduce your taxes by bringing other people in. Look at your constituents here. You know, most of us, and we shop, and it's not this young generation that you're hoping to bring in here. It's retirement people like myself who are coming to a county where at one time this was a place to come because it offered a lot. You don't have beaches to bring in the youth. You don't have a lot of things here that you're saying, hey, the youth is going to be coming here. They're going to start making $200,000, or, you know, you want these jobs that are going to produce $200,000. You know, that's a specialty. And I'm sorry, but I think that you are absolutely wrong in spending our money like you think it's just there for yours to spend. Commissioner Bays, I promise you, I'm going to work against you to make sure that you're not rehired. Commissioner Feingang, I want to tell you that we're going to work to keep you on our board. Thank you for thinking of us, your constituents, than people that are thinking with their someone else's wallet. And Ms. Bays, Commissioner Bays, that's what you're doing. You're using other people's money to fund your pet peeves, your pet projects. Thank you very much. But I do appreciate y'all being here to listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to speak?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Madam Clerk, I'll give you a card when we're over. Good afternoon. My name is Robbie Smither, and I don't have the fortune of living in Citrus County. I live at 6932 Crown Lake Drive in Gibsonton, which is in Hillsborough. But I drove up here today in order to place on the record a complaint regarding the E-Care ambulance. On April the 4th, I submitted to each of you an 8-page report regarding my experiences and witness of concerning facts surrounding the E-Care ambulance. At the beginning of the year, I was contacted by a former colleague who told me that she would be standing up an ambulance operation in Citrus County. With over 17 years of experience in the industry, I agreed to come up and help her do just that. The operation went live on February 27th, and I quickly realized how fragile the operation was. Within the first 2 weeks, I would be promoted to operations manager, and then before the end of the month, the first full month of operation, my friend and I both were terminated. This was after raising multiple concerns regarding compliance with state and federal law on various matters, including operating in counties where we didn't have a license or a COPCN, as well as haphazard management of controlled substances like morphine and fentanyl. The company's corporate leadership's response to my concerns was, let's just part ways. In December, representatives from eCare Ambulance came before this commission and stood before this dais at this very lectern and told you all claims that they would do if you all allowed them to come into Citrus County. They claimed $3.5 million of investment, 6 brand new ambulances, a full-time dispatch center, critical care services, wheelchair and non-emergency stretcher services, and a neonatal program. It was odd that a representative from MedFleet stood at this lectern and raised concerns about their claim on the NICU because the statute, 401 in Florida, requires NICU ambulances to have NICU nurses. eCare does not have a single NICU nurse that's employed with them. The reality is that eCare ambulance was repeatedly penny wise and pound foolish. They brought in 4 trucks, not 6, with the majority of them hundreds of thousands of miles and numerous mechanical issues. No full-time dispatch center where management was running dispatch from their homes in places like Palm Beach and Monroe County. There was no wheelchair vans, no medical stretcher vans in Citrus County, and no NICU nurse. The station on Cardinal and Homosassa had no showers and no kitchen for the crews who were there working 24-plus hour shifts, and crews had to wash any dishes that they brought from home with the water hose outside. When Commissioners Kennard and Finnegan raised skepticism, I appreciated that, and I appreciate that my time's limited, but I ask that you take this complaint in its entirety. I understand the fire chief has it, and I look forward to what your remedy is for the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to address the board? Seeing none, we'll close open to the public. You have something?
And Mr. Howard just left. I was going to ask him to answer the Colonel's questions. And you might also, the gentleman left the room, but I guess it's always, I learned that sitting in the center is we have a lot of people that are here all the time, but for the newbies, it's always good to say you get 3 minutes unless you have a letter on file, and then you get 5. It doesn't matter if you're loving on us or hating on us, you all get the same treatment.
Aaron, would you, or Marisol, would one of you be able to address the funding that's in the CIP for the resurfacing? The road network pavement management? Sorry to put you on the spot, but.
No, not a problem. So last year, one of the guidelines the board had provided us was to put as much funding as possible towards road resurfacing. Road resurfacing and its various names, people call it different things, residential road resurfacing, SCOP, all of that takes either gas tax money or transportation ad valorem funds. We have in the past used general fund dollars to add towards that budget. So I believe this year with road resurfacing and SCOP projects, it came in right at the top of $16 million, $17 million. This year, looking at it, what we have from transportation ad valorem and what we have from gas tax puts about $10 million into road resurfacing after SCOP. We do have some SCOP projects. One's about $500,000. I'd have to look up the other one to see what that is. So it would probably put you a little over $11 million for road resurfacing in total. That's why earlier I had said we are going to be bringing true-up funds to you from general fund. If the board wants, there's a few options. You could put some of that money aside for road resurfacing, and we can carry it into next year to add to it. You could also use funds from the Duke Fund, and we've done that before, and you could take some of that funding and put it to road resurfacing. So there are some options. We can also see how the projects work out this year and if there's any funding left as we move through the year. So just today, we can say you can do these SCOP projects, you can put 10 million in road resurfacing and you're good. But there are other options as we go through the year to put more funds towards road resurfacing if that's the wish of the board.
Just to be clear, so this is including residential road resurfacing?
Right, the 10 million is what most refer to as residential road resurfacing, which is the residential roads, and I'm gonna get this wrong, but I believe it's like the minor collector. So like if you're driving through Sugar Mill, it's like that main road you pull out. There may not be houses, but they're using it to get where they need to go.
Right.
Yeah.
So are, going into this next budget year, are we not putting 2/10 of a mil away towards, like we have been? Is that included?
It is all 4/10, there's actually 4/10 of a mil from transportation that goes towards that. Another option would be if you wanted to, say, reduce the millage in general fund and put another 2/10 of a mil over into transportation ad valorem, you could use that funding. But the reality is it doesn't matter where that 2/10 of a mil lives, either in general fund or transportation, you can use it for road resurfacing.
I'm just trying to figure out how we got back to 10 million, where are the funds not being added up from
We
the
had-
past 2 years? Because we had put-
funds left over. We had projects that came in under budget. We had projects that finished and say the contingency that was on that project was released. We had some money in reserve. So like when we do up the true up at the next meeting, I believe there will be approximately like $1 million in gas tax reserve. So it was all of that that kind of combined last year. So when the board said as much as we can towards road resurfacing, we looked at all that extra money and we said, here you go. Here's as much as we could do.
What was that final amount?
From this past year?
Mm-hmm.
It was 16 million.
It was towards the top of 16 million. And that includes SCOP projects. So then there's other SCOP projects in the CIP, obviously not under that pavement management project. So you have, I think, County Road 39 and a POPCA.
So we started out at 10 million or some last year too, but then we kept adding.
Got a question.
Commissioner Barrick.
The auditor said there's like a 7.8 million carryover. Is it possible to put all 7.8 million into one pot, into roads?
So just so you're aware that 7.8 is everything in general fund, which includes the supervisor of elections and some other departments that will get their own true up, okay? It's about $6 million-ish that is going to be just for general fund. That is the number we're calculating right now. There were some items that were already discussed. I think there was like fleet needs some funding. We talked about reimbursing the Duke Fund for the emergency purchases of systems management. We had some funding going back into reserves. We took out almost $4 million for the hurricanes. We will get hopefully most of that reimbursed by FEMA, but FEMA can take time. It can take a year or two. But obviously that is completely at the will of the board. It will be brought to you, and whatever the board decides to do with that funding, we did put $2 million aside for road resurfacing.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis.
All of this has been a little bit of a moving target between all the new data that we're getting with the laser survey and inflation and everything else that's going on. I just want us to remain on a 20-year cycle because we were at a 70 to a 90-year cycle and we've got a lot of catching up to do. I would assume at some point, once we're caught up, you could settle at a 25-year cycle, but we got a lot of unhappy people and a lot of potholes. So whatever that number is what we need to keep supporting.
So I don't know what that number will be once they get all the data back. Once they can better, I guess, address how they will do road resurfacing and in what order. I've been told that that will help our dollar stretch.
Thank God.
Yeah. So I don't know what that magic number is. If the magic number is what Public Works is providing, which I believe is like 16.9, if I remember correctly, we can keep working towards that. The first step would be the true up funds. And when that comes to you, really looking at that and deciding, do you want to reimburse Duke the $950,000 for the system emergency, we'll say updates, or is it's already been done, it's already been paid for, put that towards road resurfacing. So, and then you'd have 3 million to put towards road resurfacing.
And of course, we also ran into a problem last year with last year's contractor not being able to basically expend all of the contract money in 1 year and complete the road. So they're catching up this year concurrently with our 24-25 fiscal year.
Yes,
So
I've heard
we need to, it's 20 years and what our contractors can bear. It's those two things, so.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been told that the 25 funds are on track. So that resurfacing is good. I don't know where the 24 is, but I can tell you the number Public Works provided was 16.9. That is without the pavement management software being implemented and showing us, hey, here's the best way to go about it. It may be that a 20-year cycle is no longer 16.9. It could be 16 or 15. I don't know. But we can definitely keep working towards that. We can look at projects that are ending. Are there funds available? Is there contingency left? And we can keep doing that throughout the year. Like I said, the trip will be your first opportunity to look at that. And then, of course, Duke funds. There's approximately $2 million a year that are budgeted for that. And that has no restriction. So if that, again, was the board's wish, that $2 million could go straight to that. And it has before. We have used Duke funding for road resurfacing.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. Commissioner Berry?
When I look at page 133 or page 1171, whatever you'd like to call it, road network pavement management. Okay, 25-26 is 10,000 or 10 million. 26-27 jumps up to 19.2 million. So we're not staying on the same amount every year. That's why, when I look at this, 27-28 is 19.5 million. Okay, 28-29 is 21.2 million. Okay, so 10 million seems a little low for 25-26 if we're going to jump it up by 9.2 million the next year.
Well, that's what I was saying. I believe what they were asking for this year was 16.9, and then they did projections out. However, when we go through the CIP, we can only budget the funds that are going to be available to them. So we couldn't present to you a CIP that said they have 16.9 for road resurfacing, and then when the budget was done saying, well, no, we only put 10 in the budget because that's all there was. We're telling you, this is what we've come up with to this point, is this 10 million. That's the 4/10 from transportation ad valorem. That's what's left of gas tax. If you all choose to put money aside from true-up, whether that's $2 or $3 million, when this book comes back to you in September for approval, that number will be $12 or $13 million. If some projects come in under budget or there's contingency release, we'll add it to that.
I understand how they keep getting added in, but you're going to have to find 9 million.
Well, that's why, when we come to the board for budget guidelines and we ask, what does the board want to see in their budget? It was the same or less millage rate. We do factor in growth and an increase in taxable value, but when we did the CIP, we looked at it and we said, we know what we're going to get in gas tax, and here's what we project in transportation ad valorem, and here is all there is to spend without having to add 0.2 of a mil to transportation or general fund.
Yeah.
If we get that direction in July and we say, hey, we want to use another 0.2 of a mil, or we want to levy that, or we want to switch it from here to there, we will move it and put it in there. But road resurfacing, as you know, is never cheaper. It's always more.
Just, and you may have said it and I was focused on something else, but the gas tax for 25-26 is 3.8 million. Then the next year it's just shy of 13 million. Is that because it's encumbered or what?
No, that's the department putting in their request. They're saying, this is how much we need. And this is where we think it can come from. And if we were to get our numbers this year and it was $13 million, that would be great. What we've seen, though, is flat numbers as far as gas tax is concerned.
Hasn't it been roughly 9 million?
It's in the upper nines. It's right around It's right around 10.
So that's the only reason I'm questioning the 3.8 million.
Yeah, that's what's left of the 10 million after we pay for the other projects that are
gotcha.
being done. Yes.
Okay, that's why I was asking. So
Yes.
it's it's encumbered, the balance. All right.
Yes.
Okay. So Mark, we're gonna work on it. And I guess Mr. Ray from Homosassa left, but no, I'm not trying to spend your money. I'm trying to figure out ways from economic development that we can create more revenue and less housing.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
also just to respond to Todd Cloud, Port of Tampa and Port Citrus are two completely different animals, and just because it looks like something like that somewhere else, it's never going to look like that here. So I don't, I understand your concerns, but don't believe that would be the case. And gosh, I think there was something else I wanted to ask about, but I can't remember. Apparently I didn't take a note.
Sorry, I can't help you. Okay. We are done with open to
Oh, I
the
know,
public.
I'm sorry, I know what it was. To your point about e-care, Chief is on it. We've all been briefed. Didn't want you to be ignored.
And while we're talking about e-care, are we gonna bring back, Madam Attorney, the COPCN?
The revisions, yes. I had worked with Chief on that, and I know that internally, they are working on some things, and absolutely, that'll be brought back.
All right, thank you. All right, we're on to regular business.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make a motion, we approve E1A through G.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
3-0 for the moment.
Motion to approve E2.
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan, a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any public input on E2? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 3-0.
I'd like to make a motion to approve E3.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Barrick, a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input on E3? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 3-0.
Motion to approve E4.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan. I have a second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 3-0.
Motion to approve E5, A and B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan, a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any public input on E5, A and B? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
Motion to approve E6.
A and B?
A and B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Motion to approve E7, A and B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify.
Aye.
Did I ask for public comment? Did I lose myself? Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor
Yeah, you did it.
signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. Madam Clerk, can you go back and catch up Commissioner Davis from E2, 3, 4, and 5?
Aye for all, please.
Thank you.
Motion to approve E8, A through E.
Aye.
Just do that.
No, that was E7. Better put them glasses on.
This is E8.
We also had 6. I thought it was 5, but it went up to 6 that she missed.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I just voted on 7 when I walked in, right? So we're on
Yes.
8? Okay.
All right, so I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick.
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input on E8? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
Motion to approve E9, A through F.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan, a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
Madam Chair, motion to approve E10.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis, a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
Motion to approve E11.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis, a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries 4-0.
Motion. Go
Motion
ahead.
to approve E12.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Barrick, a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. All right, Ms. Veronica.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Before I get started with my general outstanding commission items, I have a few community services updates that I'd like to give you guys. We have got some great photos on these slides. Some of these are a recap. You have heard them at other board meetings, but just to give you the whole picture of what we've been doing over in community services, we have completed the renovations at Lakes Region Library in Inverness. We've reopened the Fort Island Gulf Beach and Boat Launch. We reopened the Bicentennial Pool. And this is a new update. We have completed the installation of the ADA ramp at the historic courthouse. Very exciting to see the updates that are happening there. We've also installed a new playground at Floral Park in Floral City. This is for ages 5 to 12. And we have one at Sportsman Park in Inverness as well. It's just outside of the city limits of Inverness to the north. We are putting the finishing touches on our new pickleball courts. And tomorrow morning, we will have opening ceremonies at 10 o'clock. So we're very
nice.
excited to have that event, and I know the players are also excited. To clarify with these pickleball courts, there will be some shade and lighting forthcoming. Those are not installed yet, but we did not want to prolong the wait for the pickleball club. We wanted to get them back on the court and playing the game as soon as possible. So those additions will come over the summer. Another improvement at the historic courthouse, we are working currently on painting and redoing the windows over there. There's some improvements that have been made already on the small historic windows. Those look really nice. I don't have that close up in this slide, but we can get that to you. And the building as a whole is going to be very well done. We also have some landscaping that we're working on currently. And last but not least, we are working diligently on renovations at the Crystal River Branch, the Coastal Region Library. And I do not have a completion date for that, but I know it's well underway. And that is what I have for you guys today. Did you have anything else, Mr. Howard? Excellent. And for our outstanding commission items list, just a couple quick updates. TBRPC will not be removed. We're going to leave that on, and we'll bring that back as we do the LMS update process to get that project actually closed out with the final approval. Last year's road resurfacing program is currently technically off track, but it is moving along nicely at 52% complete. And this current fiscal year, we are at 41% complete. So last year is still ahead of this year, but we anticipate seeing a lot of completed roads when we get those other 60 and 50% completed, hopefully about the same time, just in time for us to start next fiscal year. And last but not least, we have the pavement management system. There was some discussion of this earlier, and there is a public workshop scheduled with Mott McDonald for the 13th at 9 a.m. So some of the questions that you presented today may be answered at that time.
That's May 13th?
May 13th.
Okay, thank you.
9 a.m.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Excellent presentation. I loved seeing the pictures up here of what the accomplishments are, so thank you for that. I see that there is just a sentence, and it seems like to be the same one on Betts Farm. Can someone give a little more of an in-depth update on what actually is happening, or what's the moving parts with that?
At this point in time, unless there is an update from other staff members, my understanding would be that we are waiting for updated submissions from the buyer, the potential buyer. So currently, The closing is contingent on the purchaser receiving all of the approvals for modifications that they request. Currently, we are awaiting additional submissions and the rescheduling of the PDC hearing, which would be on the applicant.
And this is like indefinite, or are they?
There's no formal timeline that I'm aware of.
Did you have something to?
Well, the contract, the amendment that was approved by the board basically says that until he receives until the buyer receives their approvals, there will be no closing.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Now, what day is the impact, scheduled, never mind, 5:13, the same time as?
Yes, we'll have a busy upcoming meeting.
Yes.
And I would just like quickly to give a shout out to Miles Saunders and Kat. They work really hard to get the great content that we have, as well as Jamie and Mike on the communications team. So those pictures were definitely not taken by me. They were taken by that great team.
Let's all wave to them and see if they look.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Madam Chair, I also think Veronica deserves some praise too, because you've done a great job with the dashboard.
Nice job. Moving on. Mr. Howard.
We already recognized Erin, but we'll recognize her again and thank her for her efforts, what she's done for this county, and wish her the very best. And those photos, we probably have hundreds of them. We can actually put up there all the good work our employees are doing across this county and telling our positive stories. So I appreciate all the hard work all the employees are doing across this county. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no advisory board nominations. Commissioner Davis?
I had no committee this last 2 weeks, but I did go to the Makerspace VIP opening last Tuesday, and that was really impressive. We had a great Partners in Tourism meeting on the 16th at Chris River Airport. I think that was the first time that that's been at one of our airports, I believe. So that was kind of, got really good feedback on that. And then you and I are going in for our last classes, right? Thursday, Friday?
Yep.
For Advanced Commissioner 2 training, so.
Mr. Kennard, you have anything?
He's awfully quiet today.
You know he misses us.
Commissioner Barrick?
Okay, now, like it, don't like it, I've had a lot of people contact me. We had citizens up here. Number one, the Florida Constitution, Ruthie Davis Schleybaugh, I feel is an ethics violation. And we need to step forward as a board, and I guess our attorney is the one that says something or sends something, or I don't know the procedure on how to go forward and do an ethics violation against her. But I feel that she needs an ethics violation for what she did. Now, we lost 1.1 or 1.5 million we signed 2 weeks ago. And what she had asked for was 3. So that's 4.5 million the county has possibly lost for the near future. Now, granted, eventually we will get it back for the 491 study. But at this point, there needs to be something done. And that's my first thing. The second thing is, I still say that Mr. Howard overstepped. He knows his duties, he knows what they are, and he needs to be terminated due to that. And the third thing I have is that Chairman Bays does need to be censured for going along with that idea. And I don't blame you. The problem is the citizens, and I've got letters here to back up things, and I'm just going to read something. I'm writing it as a follow-up to the public meeting attended in December, and it went on. And then he goes down to talk about the April 8th meeting. Here we are once again with questionable motives and methods. Mrs. Schleybaugh has now been sitting in her new lobbyist job and role for a couple of months, and apparently not bothered by fact Schleybaugh is violating the Florida Constitution on ethics. okay? And he goes on to say other things, but I really feel that this citizens' concerns do need to be addressed and not slept on, sweep it under the carpet with the dust so that nobody can see it. Our representatives to the state I've talked with one and I listened to another. They're not happy whatsoever with what went down on the 491 corridor study. The asking for money was inappropriate. The forms that were signed were not approved by the board. We had a meeting in December. We, as board members, chose how we wanted to go to the state and what we wanted to ask them for. Okay? We have enough things in this county that need to be paid for with state appropriations that we get the money coming in here, rather than getting our representatives very, very upset that they won't even answer phone calls from us, answer emails from us or our representatives, and they probably are not going to push anything we ask for. And we need their assistance at all times to get money. So whether you like it or not, I'm going to keep bringing the same subject up every 2 weeks because something needs to be done. 4.5 million is nothing to sneeze at. You try and raise 4.5 million. We didn't even raise 4.5 million for the animal shelter. And there were fundraisers and fundraisers and fundraisers. So when I think as a commissioner, where are we going to get 4.5 million? 491 is not going to get widened any sooner. It's going to get pushed back and pushed back. And we know it is a necessity to get the studies done. And we know that it's going to take money, it's going to take time. But if we want to do economic development at the Holder Industrial Park, we have got to be a step ahead and get the road paid for and paved. So I'm still in the same position I was, but I really feel we need to step up and do an ethics violation against Ruthie Schleybaugh due to the fact that she was not a commissioner and she acted like a commissioner talking to our representative. And the only two employees we have are Steve and our attorney. Okay, those are the only two that we actually can do anything to. And if our administrator continues to overstep, okay, it's important that the county and the citizens of our county realize that this is something that cannot be tolerated. Thank you.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Commissioner Barrick, I've heard a lot of the same things. I didn't hear any motions.
Oh, well, I'd make a motion.
But before you go there, we already know how the vote's going to go, but I will say that because I made a recommendation, not obviously for firing, but for a letter in the file, and the board wouldn't even do a letter in the file because we saw how the vote was going. But I was criticized for not actually making a motion. I tried to get some straight answers afterwards just because staff was involved, and that's still been my focus, and I got none. I guess if you're going to make some motions, I'll do what people have asked me to, and I will second it. I still feel like the reprimand was needed. I think that would have a better chance of passing, although I don't think it will. But if you make a motion, I will second it.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we go have our attorney set up papers or whatever needs to be set for a Florida constitutional ethics violation by Ruthie Davis Schleybaugh for her actions.
Second.
Madam Attorney, is that something that the board can do, or is that something that has to be done by an individual?
I'm sorry, I think that if a majority of the board directs that on behalf of the board, a violation be, or excuse me, a complaint be made with the Florida Commission on Ethics, I think that the board can, as a whole, do that. We usually see those done by individuals. And looking at the statute, any individual can file that type of a complaint. But I serve at your pleasure, so if the majority of you determines that you want the board to file that, I can do that.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. And is that something you want to do that's an off-agenda item?
Well, I guess we would have to ask the attorney. It seems like that's not an agenda item that affects money or the people of the county. I don't know what we're allowed to ask for under somebody's name. I'm holding all mine till next board meeting. That would be between Commissioner Barrick and Madam Attorney, I suppose.
Well, I mean, there's been a great deal of controversy over having something agended, so.
Right. County business. I mean, I guess this is somewhat county business, but.
Madam Chair, I think it's entirely inappropriate, and at the next meeting, I'm going to have something on my agenda as well. And everybody can get to look at it 7 days in advance.
Okay.
But if you want to call the vote, that's fine, but I think it's inappropriate.
If the board thinks it's inappropriate, I'm sure Commissioner Barrick will bring it back next board meeting.
I would prefer to, I would prefer to have it on an agenda item and bring it back. Would that be okay with you? And then you have Commissioner Kennard here as well.
Well, it makes 2 more weeks of delay and 2 more weeks that if she wants to say something different from people, you know, that's fine.
And in the interim, you can file one individually if you like.
I think it has more, it should be from the board because it is affecting the residents of the county. It's not a penny that she's wasted for us, okay? What she did has cost us our good name as the Citrus County Board of Commissioners. And that's the big thing. Our name is now tarnished as Board of County Commissioners in Citrus County with both our representative of the House and our Senate representative. That, to me, is extremely important. And putting it off, it's like you keep saying, kick the can down the road. But I still want to make the motion today.
Commissioner Barrick, I'm going to, in support of you, I'm going to withdraw my second because I think that we have been having conversations of doing things the right way, and Madam Attorney had a point. Any individual could do it. So if you don't want to wait, you could file it yourself, and then if you want to come back in 2 weeks with an agenda item and have the board vote on it, that way you don't have to wait and you can still get your point across to this board. Which like I said, I think we both know how that vote's gonna go, so if you wanted or someone that you know was doing it as an individual, then there would be no waiting.
All right, then I will put it on as an agenda item 2 weeks from now. I will also put on the one for termination for Mr. Howard for overstepping his duties, and I will put one on for the censure of Rebecca Bays as chair for blindly following and not understanding what she could do or not do.
Floor is yours.
Yeah, mine was already pulled, so.
Okay. I didn't know if you had anything else.
Madam Chair.
So I'm sorry, so for the clerk, the second is withdrawn and then the first is withdrawn?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep,
So there's no public input then?
and I'm going to
No.
put it on the agenda item for 2 weeks from now.
Commissioner Davis?
I'm rather fond of the term proportional response, which comes from the military. This has been a completely, I'm not saying that this went the way it should have gone down. I'm not saying that at all, but the response has been wholly not proportional. And if this witch hunt against Mr. Howard continues, And this is the person that has led this county to have an extreme turnaround in a positive direction over the last 2+ years. If you drive him to take a higher paying job elsewhere, then shame on you. The witch hunt has to stop. I am fully in support of Steve Howard and the amazing culture he has built with the team. I remember the first couple of months walking around, because I was on this board for 2 years without him, and walking around and seeing all of a sudden about 2 to 3 months in, the staff's steps lighter and lighter. It was like they had a weight off their shoulders because they saw a future where they could really build an amazing Citrus County of the future, where we keep all the things we love, but also take care of the things that we haven't been taking care of. And the joie de vivre, the amazing spirit, team spirit of Team Citrus is everything to do with not with the entire team, but at the head of that team, the culture flows from the top. And I think all of this is completely unproportional. It's like someone goes up and slaps you in the face and then you're going to pull out a gun and shoot them. I mean, come on. And I could come up with a better metaphor, but I'm a little too angry right now.
Well, and there's been a lot of debate about this, and I have debated about back and forth, but I did write something, and I want to read it. In public service, doing the right thing isn't always simple, and it's certainly not always popular. But I've never been afraid to stand alone when I believe in something that serves the people of this county. The recent concerns surrounding a procedural misstep in pursuit of funding for one of our local roadways has sparked a wave of criticism. While I respect the role of transparency and accountability, I want to be very clear my intent was and always has been to serve this community with integrity, compassion, and urgency. No money was mishandled. No personal gain was sought. No lie was told. What occurred was a deviation from a process, not a violation of ethics. My heart was in the right place, and my efforts were driven by a genuine desire to secure long overdue resources for our infrastructure. If my mistake was acting too quickly in the pursuit of progress, I own that. But I won't apologize for caring deeply or for trying to make things better. I've been reminded by strong voices in my life that true character is revealed not when everyone is applauding you, but when you're standing tested and still choose to stand tall. To those who have offered their support, thank you. And to those who have raised concerns, I hear you. I will continue to lead with transparency, strength, and unwavering commitment, but to the people I was elected to serve, because doing what's right isn't always easy, but it's always worth doing. I've offered my apology. It was a misstep, but you can't take away the fact that we have an insurmountable amount of money that we have to come up with. And I take being a commissioner very seriously. Most people would tell you that they'll see you in my office here probably 40, 50 hours a week. I've given my heart and soul to this county. And to have people attack your credibility for doing something, I wasn't taking money out of the coffers. I was trying to put money into the coffers. What the taxpayers are looking at is a bond that they have to repay to the tune of $100 million. I was trying to find a way. I was even having conversations with District 7 Transportation to see if we could federalize the project. That would even further reduce the taxpayers' obligation. So yeah, I do work really hard. For what? For the misstep, I apologize. But I'm not going to apologize for working to do what's better for this community and for trying to help the taxpayers of this county to relieve a burden off of their shoulders. So you can ask for a sanction, you can do whatever you feel like needs to be done, but that's what I've got to say.
Madam Chair,
I asked for the
amen
floor
and
first.
well said.
Pardon me?
Okay. I asked you for the floor, and then, that's
I
fine.
wanted my time to speak also.
I know, and you said, wait a second, so I
So,
waited. That's okay. Commissioner Davis, you said you know a lot about the military, and there are rules. All the way down the line, there are rules. There are privates, there are corporals, there are sergeants. You don't overstep your boundary at your level. When you are an administrator, you know where the boundaries are. You are not an elected official, and therefore you have to take it to the elected officials. Okay, so when you say, well, I know about the rules because of this and that, I know about the rules too. And that's the thing. This was not a deviation. This was signing a form that went to the state. This was having one of our people that is retired now sign another form, okay, that went to the state. I am not asking for anything more than what should be occurring if you were in business. If your employee had done what he did in business, you would have terminated that person. And that's all there is to it. Now, as for Commissioner Bays, I do accept your apology, and I know you didn't do it out of being nasty. You were trying to help the citizens, because you know what we need, and I know exactly what we need on that 491. It is going to be a lot of money. But you were taken down the wrong path to try and get it done quickly. And as everybody sees, government does not move quickly. And you have to follow the steps. So I will follow the steps, and I will have it put on the agenda for 2 weeks from now. And that'll give you people time to do whatever and think about it. Thank you.
Ms. Lynn, do you have anything?
No, ma'am.
All right, we're going to go to our last open to the public.
Renee Bedford, Floral City, Florida. A public office is a public trust. The people shall have the right to secure and sustain that trust against abuse. To assure this right, shall file full and public disclosure of the financial interests. It was a breach of public trust. And I agree with you. The administrator is not at fault. He's not an elected official. He was doing what an elected official. And I too stand with you. And I'm going to do everything in my power. And I do not stand as an individual. I'm making sure that Rebecca Bays is held accountable for what she's done. And to just nonchalantly pass it on like, oh, smack me with a wet noodle. That was so disrespectful. So, Finnegan, you're doing a great job, though. Researching. Impressed. But the board needs to be held accountable for a board. Can't blame it on the administrator. He doesn't do a job without being told what to do. And you knew it was wrong. You took a 4-hour class on ethics. That didn't matter to you. The community did not matter to you. The money did. And that is what the community will not take. Period. Have a good day.
Is there anyone else wishing to address the public or the board? Seeing none, we'll close open to the public. We will recess until 5:01.
Okay.
All right. Good evening and welcome to the Citrus County public hearings. The first public hearing this evening is the 501 PUD. I don't know where everybody's at, but I guess we're going to run a meeting without them. 3063 Stanek PUD for commercial development. Yes. Okay. I don't know where everybody's at.
Okay, we'll start out, we're missing, oh, we have a quorum. Commissioners, with regard to T1, do you have any ex parte communications you need to disclose for the record? And we'll start with Commissioner Davis.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Nope.
No.
All right, thank you. And at the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas map by adopting a new planned unit development with GNC, General Commercial District, and internal access in the General Commercial Land Use District, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And I believe the applicant is here for their presentation.
Ready? Good evening, everyone. It's kind of a pleasure to say good evening, ladies, and no gentlemen, although if one comes in, I will also greet him as well. I'm Lori Viola with Stantec, and I'm representing the developer tonight, or the applicant for this request. Our request is to establish a PUD development, planned unit development, PUD, as some people call it, on the property zoned GNC Commercial. The property is located at 9626 South Suncoast Boulevard. which is in Homosassa in Citrus County. If you need the parcel ID number, that's also up here as well. It is approximately a parcel of 8.57 acres. Next slide, please. And as I said, I'm here representing the applicant. I'm Lori Viola from Stantec. I'm a planner. The applicant is US 19 and 98 Acquisitions, LLC. Next slide, please. So our request this evening is to establish a planned unit development, PUD, for commercial development that will have internal access and GNC uses as specified in the Citrus County Land Development Code. The 8.57 acres undeveloped parcel, and it proposes 4 lots. Next slide, please. As you can see in this conceptual master plan, lot number 1 has been designed in its conceptual site plan phase as for an O'Reilly's Auto Parts store. The other lots will go through their same site plan process and be reviewed individually when a developer comes on board. So each lot in the proposed master plan or development or PUD will each take access from an internal access road drive that connects from Miss Maggie Drive on the north, coming down through past the Wendy's. Each lot will also provide their own stormwater retention areas on each of their individual lots as they go through their development process. And as you can see, Lot 1 has already done that. They've already designed their stormwater, and they actually do have an ERP permit from the Water Management District. Each lot will also comply with the following landscape buffers per Citrus County Code. We've got a landscape buffer on the north of the entire parcel. It's a 10-foot type A landscape buffer. On the south, it's a 15-foot type C. On the east, it's a type A, 10-foot type A, and on the west against the residential, it's a 15-foot type C. There are also 5-foot internal landscape buffers between the lots to buffer the uses that may occur in the future. And it's also noted that no wetlands will be disturbed in the development of lot number 1. Next slide, please. So the proposed site plan for lot layout number 1 is presented to you tonight so you can understand how the access comes in, services the O'Reilly's parking area, and then turns around, uses the cross connection that already exists and exits through Miss Maggie Drive. Does not go any further, the access drive does not go any further south at this time. And lot number 1 is a 1.3 acre lot. It's going to be a retail development, a proposed O'Reilly's Auto Parts store. It's a 7,453 square foot building, which is typical of their building that they have in many communities. The development as proposed meets the required ISR, the impervious surface ratio, and the FAR. And so the development also meets the required setbacks and all of those landscape buffers that I previously referred to in the previous slide. As we said, also, the development does already have its ERP, a stormwater permit from Southwest Florida Water Management for the proposed on-site pond, and it meets the required parking spaces of 32 and provides for 34 spaces. Next slide, please. The Planning and Development Commission discussed this application on March 20th and recommended approval of this application with the suggested conditions. The PDC found that the application is consistent with the requirements of the LDC and the comprehensive plan. Granting this request will not adversely affect the public interest and would be generally compatible with adjacent properties and surrounding areas. And I know there's a lot of text on these pages, but I'm just going to kind of go over the general conditions and recommendations that came from staff. So the first one is a planned unit development shall allow up to 4 lots with internal access, and those with those uses allowed by right in the GNC district. Also, construction shall take place in accordance with criteria and requirements of the Citrus County, sorry. The site must also connect to Citrus County central water and sewer systems, and stormwater management design must meet the requirements of Citrus County Land Development Code. The maximum ISR and FAR standard shall not exceed any of the maximums in the Land Development Code, as well as the setbacks shall be adhered to. as what signage also must, any signage on any of the lots also must meet the LDC code. And it cannot be placed in any of the buffer areas or within the clear visibility triangle for site traffic access and egress. Next slide, please. At the time of permitting, the applicant must demonstrate compliance with applicable development standards per the LDC Section 3740, which is additional design standards for large non-residential projects, and Section 3745, design standards for small non-residential development projects, including those for buffers, landscaping, facade, lighting, and pedestrian circulation, unless otherwise outlined in these conditions. Landscaping shall follow the principles of a Florida-friendly landscaping. Parking for all proposed uses must meet LDC requirements. And a tree preservation plan, as outlined in the LDC, must be submitted and approved at the time of permitting. And efforts must be made to ensure sites are developed in a way that preserves existing specimen trees, if there are any, and existing trees can be utilized to meet landscape buffers where applicable. Any wetland impacts will require FDEP or Swift Mud approval, and final driveway locations, when they choose to do that along Suncoast, will require FDOT approval. Any minor modifications to the PUD may be approved by the Director of Land Development Division as outlined in Section 4304. And so those were some of the recommendations and conditions that we felt wanted to be outlined this evening. And that's actually all I have to present tonight. And if there's any questions, I will stand by while the staff presents their staff recommendations.
Board, do you have any questions of the applicant at this time?
No, ma'am.
Yes. Oh, Commissioner Finnegan?
So I understand that you made this whole presentation about O'Reilly Auto Parts, and that was very clear. But the application states, you said the other three, so that would be lot 4, 3, and 2, would come back when a developer's ready. But it looks like in the application, it's for boat and RV storage, and that's a lot of property for boat and RV storage, and that doesn't seem to be.
I believe that condition was already expressed at the planning and development, when we met for planning and development, and we took that out of our master plan. So that would no longer be a use that we would allow if that's what the staff decides and the commission decides they want to take that out. And they didn't really have any developers interested in the project at the beginning, but when O'Reilly started coming forward, that seemed to be a use that was, desired in that area. When we met at the last meeting, that was something staff recommended that what we didn't include. And so we're agreeable to remove that use.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Staff?
Good evening, Commission. My name is Frankie Pyland. I'm one of the planners here in Citrus County. Today we're looking at PUD 3063, which is Stantec for US 1998 Acquisitions LLC. The subject property is at 9626 South Suncoast Boulevard in Homosassa, Florida, and it has frontage both on West Miss Maggie Drive and South Suncoast Boulevard. The property is zoned GNC. And the applicant has provided a master plan that shows a breakout of 4 lots. The application is to allow for commercial development that will have internal access drives and GNC uses, which included RV and boat parking in the GNC land use district. However, the PDC did not support or recommend RV and boat storage, only uses that are allowed by right in GNC. And as the applicant has expressed, Lot 1 is the only lot that has provided us with a master plan of development. At this time, lots 2, 3, and 4 are still subject to development and site review. That's it.
Thank you. Board, do you have any questions for the staff?
I'm just reviewing the conditions one more time. I do not, Madam Chair,
Okay.
I do not see under conditions that boat and RV storage is specifically not allowed. Is that correct? Am I missing it? But it says that it may be allowed under a PUD, so does that, if we don't specifically allow it, does it just automatically disallowed under a PUD?
Madam Chair, would you like me to address that?
Yes, please.
So under your code, the only way that a RV storage or storage is allowed is if they have a PUD providing for that. So if you approve this PUD without allowing for RV storage, RV and/or storage, it would not be allowed by right. They would have to come back in and amend the PUD.
Okay, thank you.
And if I didn't say that correctly, I'm hoping staff will correct me.
So the
correct.
Thank you.
the default position is that it's not allowed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
At this time, we'll open it up to the public. Anyone wishing to address this application, please come forward. Don't all rush up here at one time. All right, seeing none, take it back to the board.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
based on competent and substantial evidence, I move that we approve PUD 3063 Stan Tech PUD for commercial development and direct the chair and clerk to execute the ordinance.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis,
Second.
and I have a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any further comment?
Yes. I just want to clarify with Commissioner Davis's motion, you didn't exclude the RV and boat storage. Does she need to exclude that, or if, does her motion include that use?
The motion does not include the use of RV and storage because it only allows for allowable GNC uses.
Okay.
So an RV/storage does require a PUD, and it's not included in this PUD.
That's why I asked the question. The default position is that it's not allowed unless it's specifically allowed.
And condition
we're
number one
not.
says GNC use is allowed by right. And by saying that in the condition, we've covered it.
It may,
Okay.
all your questions made sense to me, but when you look at the agenda memorandum, like what we're voting for, it clearly says that it's included, so I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, it's not. And should I amend my motion, Madam Attorney, to say with the conditions? How many conditions? 13? 13 conditions?
It doesn't hurt to always reference the conditions, but I think that it's understood the conditions are included, but certainly saying it is always better.
Madam Clerk? Thank you.
Commissioner Barrick?
I'll agree with.
Okay. All right, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Barrick. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. Congratulations. Item T2 was pulled for this evening, so we're moving on to T3. Madam Attorney.
Okay, Commissioners, with regard to item T3, do you have any ex parte communications that you need to disclose? And we'll start with Commissioner Barrick.
No.
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 No, ma'am.
Thank you. Commissioners, at the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas map by redesignating approximately 34.1 acres from the low-density residential district with mobile homes allowed to the low-density residential district, and to establish a new planned unit development for single-family residential uses, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And I believe the applicant is here. Who's speaking on behalf of the applicant?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Cliff Manuel, President, Coastal Engineering. I am representing the applicant, and we are prepared to present tonight, but would like to present to the full board. 2-2 doesn't govern, 3-2 does, 4-0 does, 5-0 does. And respectfully, if it's okay with the chair and board members, we would like to postpone to a date certain so that we can come back and present to the entire board our presentation that we think fits well in Citrus County. If that's not acceptable to the board, we're prepared to present, but that would be preferred.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I think that's entirely reasonable to ask, and I'm fine with it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, you do need a motion to continue.
All right.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we continue AA PUD 2025-00001 Garden Street Communities.
I have a
Thank-
motion by Commissioner Davis.
Is that to a date certain? I'm just asking for specifics so we know when to prepare to be back.
I think staff will get back to you. They'll have to advertise it.
Does it have to be re-advertised if y'all go to a date certain?
It does have to be re-advertised. Staff will have to know when we will have to know from staff when the next available date is, given quasi-judicial deadlines and agenda preparation and so forth. So I don't think that we can give you that date tonight, but
Okay.
I think staff will work to try to get it on the next available, given those timelines and deadlines.
Well, I think we've got all of our staff documents prepared to a point where they're comfortable with the application. So we'll work with them on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I second the motion.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Barrick to postpone this application.
Continue.
Or continue, I'm so sorry.
And I
continue.
think you have to have public input.
Thank you.
Is there any public input on this motion? On the motion to continue.
So in other words, the application's not going to be heard tonight.
Right. Can they ask?
It's open to the public, so if
Yes,
they want to
ma'am.
come up to the podium and ask the question.
There's some confusion because of the slide. The slide has the wrong application number up there. This is from the applicant. That is a previous application number, and that's why I think they're not sure what we're talking about.
Okay. Hi, could you state your name and your address for the record, please?
It's Vivian Quarles, and I live at 5582 West Keating Court in Homosassa, Florida. Excuse me. I just wanted to ask, how many times can we show up and it get postponed or canceled? I called today to make sure it was on, because the last time we come, it was canceled and we were never notified. I mean,
I don't think this application has ever been before the board before.
I think it was.
it was on the schedule and it was canceled,
Oh.
and we were never notified. We all showed up. So
My apologies.
I just wondered, like, how do we know when it's canceled ahead of time, and how long can this go on? Not that I'm in a hurry for them to build, that's not my thing, but how does that all work?
I'll tell you what, why don't you step over there and provide Cheryl or Reese with your contact information, and as soon as we've got a date, we'll reach out to you and let you know.
Okay, that'd be great. And then hopefully it doesn't get canceled at the last minute, and
I think, well, I mean, we never knew that, and they asked for permission and we granted it, so, because we're absent a commissioner tonight.
All right. Well, in just an overview, I just wanted to say about Citrus County in general. You know, the Tuscany Farm is going in at over 5,000. It's not?
No, ma'am, I'm sorry.
This app, you're only germane to this app, what's before us right here, sorry.
Well, I guess I wanted to kind of point out that we're in such a growth spurt in our county. I'm just wondering how much, do we have a limit? Are we ever going to max out here and decide not to build anymore in our county and kind of maintain what we have? And the other concern was, according to the agenda for tonight, I realize that they're, trying to build there, and I'm not saying that that's not going to happen, but I do want to bring up the fact again that we do have several gopher tortoises there, and while that might not be important to a lot of people, it's extremely important. They're threatened, and they're on the list as threatened, and their burrows are threatened. You can't just bulldoze them over and stuff, and that is going on. I promise you it is. I've talked to FWC and submitted information about other sites, and it's happening. But anyway, I'll close for now.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Chuck Shinsky. My wife and I own 4 acres immediately adjacent to the south side of that property. Twice has been before the planning and development, and twice they shot it down. Then we come here, then it was pulled. I don't know what they're up to. They're up to something. But the moral of the story is this is a low-lying piece of property between Potomac and Donahue. It's down in the hill. They showed some real nice pictures. They even manipulated the pictures. It was rock crusher facing north. It was beyond, if they'd have turned around and showed rock crusher facing south, you'd have seen down in the hill. This is low property.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. We really can't hear the substance of the application because they've asked to continue and you have a motion. And I apologize, sir, but at this point in time, the board really can't hear your substantive arguments. We have to be fair to both sides.
Yeah, money talks, I know.
Thank you.
Madam,
Sir.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
Sir, you can't respond, but I do want to respond to you. We have to protect taxpayer money from lawsuits. We have to be fair. This is a quasi-judicial hearing where we have to hear both sides, and we're not hearing the other side, so we can't hear your side right now. And I apologize that apparently this was not heard prior. I don't remember it. You're not supposed to respond. I'm sorry, sir. It's the rules. I got to live by them.
Is there anyone else wishing to address the board on this issue? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Oh,
We need a vote. We need a vote.
I'm sorry, we gotta finalize the vote here. All right, call for the.
Davis, Barrett.
Yeah. Davis and Barrett, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Jeez, 4-0. Woo, gee.
Can we adjourn now? Thank you. Yeah, but we have to have an adjourn after.